What's up? What's up, team? Uh, People, individuals, words of that ilk. Um, why is my window open? I totally forgot to do the whole set up the room for stream. Why am I glowing in natural light? It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Natural light. We don't like the sun here. That one gotta go on. Gotta turn on the other lights. Yeah, man. Can never do shit right around here. Never do shit right. All right. I'm wearing this hat. I think it looks dumb, so we're done with the beanie. Um, why are you in a cavern? Uh, if I open this window, it's too bright and it looks strange, and then it has glare off of the iPad, so I need to exist in a cavernous space to have stream function or something. Um, well, hi Nikki. Hi Sleepy Librarian. Heyo, I'm writing but the fantasy kind. Had D&D last night, or a D&D night last Saturday. Also, I wasn't on the stream. I'm the DM, so I gotta do some world building. Hell yeah. I had D&D last night, though we're not playing Dungeons and Dragons because my group has gotten to the point where we just collectively have a disdain for Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition and no longer enjoy the system. So we're playing a system of our own creation that's based on... It's sort of similar to Blades in the Dark, but it uses stats from Disco Elysium, and we're playing a sci-fi game. So we're pretty far from D&D at that point, but it's definitely sci-fi fantasy, and it's pretty cool. And I'm not running the game, which is hard. Playing the game to the point of getting bored of it. Yeah, literally, I cannot stand 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons anymore. I got to the point where it's no longer compelling. When I could at a certain point encyclopedically describe all the spells in the player's handbook. Not because I tried to memorize them, but just because I had DM'd so much 5th edition. That was about the time when I stopped liking it, because then there's no wonder, there's no excitement in the mechanics of the game, and at that point it's just a pretty mediocre mechanically set up role-playing game that does very little to support quality storytelling. Good. I think that's how it should be. People who really... What the fuck? What? Why? Okay. We're back. Okay. I think we're back. I think stream crashed for a second. Maybe. It stopped. Dude, I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. Hey, fuck, what am I saying, man? Yeah, had D&D last night, and regarding writing, I've been sort of writing I've been writing session recaps for our D&D group, right? As to how do I describe this? Well, blah, blah, blah. Your internet provider really doesn't like you streaming. Yeah, I mean it's kind of nice that it's been, I guess, crashing at the beginning of the stream these days, because then it seems like it usually only crashes once per stream, but maybe that's not the case. Anyway, yeah, so we had D&D last night, and I've been writing up full recaps. At least we've done 2 sessions, and yesterday I kind of got the recap done before the session, and now I have another one to write. But I've been having a lot of fun because instead of just being like, we did this, then we did this, I've been trying to write them in an actually like narrative capacity, and like enjoy, writing them, right? Trying to make like a compelling artistic statement as I'm, writing the D&D recap or whatever. And that means the first session's recap is, I think, like 4,000 words long, which is cool because very little else can get me to write that much prose, because I really dislike writing prose, and I find it unpleasant, But yeah, I had a very long weekend in general. Because I had D&D last night, and then I was like doing stuff all day, volunteering on Sunday, and then Saturday night I like had a little jam session with one of my friends, and it was them playing bass and I was doing sax, and we did some cool stuff. Maybe I can play it on stream in the background. I totally like don't know how that works. Mac audio. I'm gonna try to. It's not great. It's definitely not great, but it is something. Yeah. Okay. We were jamming, and it was just them doing like cool tapping stuff on the bass, and then I was doing some saxophone things. I think it's playing. It should be audible on stream. I don't know how the volume is. I'm turning it down right now. But y'all have been asking to hear like the kind of music I make. This is what we were kind of messing around doing. I will say I was basically just like improvising, and a lot of it's shit. Yeah. I write them from the POV of my warlock's pet dragon. Okay, that's awesome. I've been trying to write mine sort of like jumping between perspectives of the different characters. Like other people's characters within our group. And it's been very fun to like mess around with that. And then yeah, I'm apparently a nightmare for DMs. I'm the guy who's like, I'm gonna stay in this tavern actually pretty cozy. I mean, I think that's okay, right? In games, if you're like doing it for a narrative reason, and you're like, I'm gonna talk to someone, and I'm gonna like, do some whatever, role playing or whatever. This is the part of the music where I start to like lose the rhythm and stuff, and it starts to sound weird. But the opening is cool. I'm happy with what I was doing in the opening. Yeah, so this is what we're doing like Saturday night. And I'd say this is my first time ever like really jamming with someone and just like making music. For most of my musical life, it's been just like playing stuff off of a page, like sheet music and classical stuff. And and this is just like improvising and messing around, and like it's so freeing, but it's also so mentally taxing. And after about a couple hours of like making music, it was very exhausting, right? This part's shit. Well, that part's okay, but I probably shouldn't comment. My older sister has played saxophone literally all my life, so ... But it sounds pretty decent. Yeah, I mean, I would say that yeah, I've been playing for like 10 years or something, but it was always classical. And I could, like, this morning even, I was playing some classical for fun. I was like transcribing a Mozart violin piece on soprano sax, but playing like this kind of whatever we were doing is entirely foreign to me. So my tone's kind of shit because my air support isn't good because I'm uncomfortable. This one's that part's cool. It's kind of like the Dropsy soundtrack. It's a game. I'm not familiar with Dropsy. Yeah, Dropsy. Game, maybe. Well, whatever. I can kind of hear it, but that's fine. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. Like, it's airy and stuff. But I had lots of fun, which is cool. Anyway, that's enough. That's enough. Fun is the most important. Yeah, definitely. And fun is terrifying for me, musically, because I didn't have fun for probably the first. I mean, I had fun, but I wasn't, you know, free. I wasn't creating kind of on my own terms as a musician for the whole part where I was, you know, learning really difficult concertos and sonatas and weird avant-garde atonal pieces and shit. So now being able to just make stuff, it's scary, but it's more fun than I was ever having before. And it doesn't help that I'm coming off of like a 2-year break where I just wasn't playing at all. So I'm still getting the embouchure back and stuff. Yeah. Hello, I'm thinking about submitting my limerick I posted earlier for analyzation. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can submit whatever you want. Not the type of music I would expect from a saxophone. Yeah, I don't personally, like, I love jazz and I love listening to jazz, and but it's definitely not like what I want to pursue in terms of, like, as I really start focusing on music. I'm more interested in things that are influenced by more modern sounds, more experimental things. I mean, I want to do stuff with like live looping and effects pedals and those kinds of things. You know, not but you know, I think I've never like been particularly rooted in like a traditional saxophone sound because I was playing like a lot of avant-garde stuff way earlier than I probably should have been, and whatever. But yeah. More to come on that eventually, I suppose, right? More to come. If that's where I'm starting and that's where I like am listening to it and I'm like, oh, I genuinely feel like I'm playing like shit, you know, in that recording. The fact that, in fact, like, you know, it sounds okay is a pretty good sign, because I'll get better and I'll practice more and my tone will come back to what it used to be, and and I'll get more confident and get my scales back under my fingers, and then things might actually start to sound like good, and I'll, you know, my ear will get better again, playing in tune, all of those things, right? She also played French horn, but was more comfortable with the sax. It's always so impressive. My only instrument is my brain. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a thing. My sister plays saxophone, piano, flute, trumpet, and guitar. She has the musical genes. That's cool. I play a little bit of flute, but definitely not well, and I want to do piano because I need to understand how, like, chords and structure and, like, how music works from a, like, more structural level, I guess. Because saxophone hasn't totally like provided a lot of that for me. But I guess we should read some poetry, probably. I guess that's what we do here, right? That's what we do. Who has things submitted? It might be a Nikki poem. I could get behind that, but I don't. I don't know. Yeah. I guess, Nikki, is it teaching you to capture the moon? Who else is here? Oh, because last time we did Sleepy Librarians, right? And that was the one right before one of your submissions, Nikki. Unless, Ray, you have something submitted. Old, there's probably things around. I feel like I ignore your submissions a lot, genuinely. But maybe you just don't send stuff that often. Or, oh, you have something more recent. The First Flower. God, we're, like, so behind. It's like so many submissions. Yeah, the prose poem. We haven't caught up to that yet. Nikki, are you fine with me reading, what was it? Teaching you to capture the moon? Did we read that? I don't think we read that. Moon, sky, water, the usual. No, we'll keep it yet. You can pick between my two and ignore the other. What are your two? Teaching you to capture the moon and art dies at the gates kept by prescriptivism. Those are my choices. And art dies at the gates kept by prescriptivism has a lot of, like, formatting stuff going on, which is cool. It's cool. The moon is tender, the other is rage. I'll do the moon one then. That's more my speed right now, being unsurprisingly tired. I guess I've been tired a lot. I think I feel like I say that often on stream, that I'm tired. But part of it is that I've been waking up early again. I've been waking up at 6 a.m. every day, and that's been really, like, wonderful because I like doing things in the morning, and I think morning is, like, an excellent time to write. But I think I'm just still getting used to that sort of life. You were very go, go, go. Maybe. I'm not sure. Sometimes I think I'm quite lazy, actually. But I really don't. I'm really unsure how to even begin to, like, quantify that and my energy and what I do, and yeah. Oh, camera needs to be connected. Oh, what happened? No, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing ever happens. Boom. Who is trying to hello, Moon. Is the camera's super not straight. I'm gonna fix it. Oh, my phone's buzzing because it's charged. Thank you for letting me know, phone. I just spilled my water. I'm such a mess today. Okay, guys, please be gentle with my analysis today because I'm feeling rather train wreckish. Yeah. I've been thinking about finally writing my train poem. I have that's such a random thing to say. Stream slowly falling apart. I mean, yeah, right. That's I don't know. Wow. profound words coming from my mouth today. I like trains. I don't. That's the train poem that I'm trying to write. But that's because it was my weapon of choice a couple years ago against myself, and I finally maybe figured out a way to like write a good spoken poem about my experience on the old train tracks south of campus, and that might happen soon. And I haven't written a poem in a while, so it'd be nice if that sort of occurred. Yeah, I don't know. But that's not what we're talking about. Right now we're talking about teaching you, the nebulous you, the nebulous referred to individual object of poetry. I've been thinking about this a lot in my own stuff, especially when I'm doing like the improvised kind of free association kind of poetry stuff. Is I often find myself referring to a you, and it's interesting to think about like who I'm talking to when I write my poetry and have a you. And I think when we see a you, right, it always kind of prompts this question, at least in me, of who this is, because I think sometimes there's an obvious thing of who this is, and I mean, we're looking probably at like a lover in this poem, but it's always curious to look at textually supported alternatives or non-textually supported alternatives. I don't necessarily think analysis even has to be fully textual. But it's always a fun thing to consider, because we can kind of like break open poems and look at them in different ways. Because if we have a poem fundamentally centered around you, and then it turns out there's 2 or 3 or 4 ways to like interpret you, it creates ripples or something. Teaching you to capture the moon. Teaching you to capture the moon. If you would join your hand with mine, and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky, where quiet waters run, then in our hands cut precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine, so in that space we'll hold the moon, reflected, full and bright. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember, we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. Teaching you to capture the moon. Short, sweet, 16 lines, 4 quatrains, and quite pretty, right? I mean, I mean, we poets love the moon, and we love our oceans, and we love light and water and skies and tides and all of this stuff, right? And it's very. I think it maybe feels like straightforward, but I also, maybe everything feels straightforward when like thinking is moving slowly. Um, but I like this, right? Reaching kind of across this great distance, across a divide to, um, you know, hold someone's hand, um, is beautiful, I think, right? Um, I'm gonna read it again. I might have to read it a few times, just because I'm, you know, sleepy. If you would join your hand with mine, and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run, then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine. So in that space, we'll hold the. Oh, okay. On the second read, now I know what's happening. We have water cupped in our hands. I think didn't even pick up on it the first time. Even though it's so like on the page, right? Um, where quiet waters run in our hands, cupping tides, water reflecting, we're holding the moon. Okay, excellent. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. So, catching the moon, right, as in having water cupped in the hands, it reflecting, and then you kind of have the moon in your hand. Yes, Ray, it is a nice image. I mean, I don't think I've ever caught the moon. I don't think I've ever thought to catch the moon, but I think that's like just such a really beautiful, um, really beautiful image, and then not just to do it within one's own hands, but to join hands together, right? To have two different people doing this, holding something delicate and beautiful and glowing together, I think is quite nice. TBH, this sounds like a poem. This sounds like a poem, a lullaby. I could fall asleep to it. Yeah, it might also be partially how I'm reading it, where I'm like, if you would join your hand with mine, right? I'm talking softly. Um, but yeah, I think it definitely has that feeling, right? And at the end, we have, the water slipping away. So we have this memory, we have this return to darkness, really. And I think maybe that has a sort of lullaby feeling to it, right? Where, we're beginning this poem in a place of light, right? Trapping the light, sapphire sky, gleaming, shine. And then, right, and up to full and bright even. We're sort of like increasing in lightness, in more lightness, and then the water slips away, right? But as so it's like this release. We get this beauty, this push. We're sort of building tension, even though it's very small, it's very subtle. Um, and we're going from light to like sapphire sky and gleam, and then to like shine and full and bright, right? So we do kind of push through this poem. I noticed as I was saying that we have this like precious gleam sapphire thing, which is cool. We're sort of creating this separate imagery of like a precious stone, right? Uh, like a gemstone. As we're talking about the water, which is also catching this sort of big rock in the sky that is the moon. So we're sort of creating this link between like the water as a rock and the moon as this sort of gleaming rock, which is subtle and cool, and I quite like that. But then of course it dissolves because it's not, and it's not true. There's sort of this thing of holding something, fundamentally maybe ephemeral, right? And imagining for a moment that it is truly tactile and still and concrete and right able to be captured, right? And then we can't. So there is a sort of futility, not in a bad way, I think. I think this poem makes that futility feel very beautiful, right? Where we're joining hands for a moment to like do this thing and trap it and keep it, and I mean it has this sort of like blind sort of hope to it where we're saying, I'm going to do this thing, that I'm going to try to hold this thing that can't be held, and we're going to do it together, right? And then we hold it and we have it for a moment, and then it slips away, and then even though it slips away, we still come back at the end and say, we're gonna keep it, we're gonna figure it out. And I mean, I think this can probably be like applied to so many things in life if we sort of take the whole poem and this structure of like we'll say like trying to hold, right, and then like having something for a moment and then it slipping away, and then trying to hold on again. um you know there are many systems of religion that maybe love this sort of structure, whether it's like Eastern Buddhism, Taoism kind of things, or you know um philosophical things, kind of like dialectical in some capacity, um or even like a Socratic philosophy. But uh yeah, so but I think as a metaphor, right, when we're thinking about holding something that we know will slip away and choosing to hold it anyway, I mean, you know with the idea of grasping hands, right, we maybe have this idea of love, right? And I think I like love poems that aren't talking about maybe the very physical human actions of love, and but like placing love more in the metaphorical space above the poem, and then like focusing in on a more specific moment, right? um and and maybe that you know love is something we try to hold on to, and then it slips away and then comes back, or other people, or we try to connect and we find connection with other humans in our lives, and then we find ourselves distanced, and then we find ourselves back, right? um yeah, I very much blended Eastern philosophy into it. Yeah, and I think, I mean, I pointed it out, right? This idea, grasping, relinquishing, is such a fundamental like principle within that world of things. So I think you've done that very well, um, in what you've done, right? Uh, it's written in a modern ballad form, which does have that lullaby quality, so I understand. After reading a fair few of your works, I always question how you write so many great romantic poems. You are very good at it, Nikki. Definitely very, very good at that. It reminds me of the Chilean poet Genaro Guejardo Vera, who, to have enough property to be accepted into a social club, registered the moon in his name and paid a notary to become its owner, because no one had thought of it before. And in his will he wrote, "I leave the moon to my people, filled with love for their sorrows." Genaro Guejardo Vera. That's, dude, poets are so cool. um, that's that's incredibly beautiful. Yeah, and you can cross off Ray mentions a Chilean poet we've never heard of on your stream bingo card. um, yeah. Hello, Callie. Welcome, Callie. As a poet, poets are awesome. Yeah, I mean, right. If we didn't like poets, then we'd necessarily be like lumping ourselves into a group of people we didn't like, and that's sort of self-defeating, right? So we'd best try to like poets and poetry if we're gonna engage with those sorts of things. um, yeah. If you would join your hand with mine and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. For both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run. I think you're used. I mean, you mentioned the ballad form, right? And this is something you're doing, Nikki. And I think you just do this very well. If you would join your hand with mine and we could hold the sea, like it feels like I don't have to force the meter onto it, right? And it just sits nicely. Like I feel like to me, maybe a sign of really, really lovely verse is that you don't have to try to read it like verse. And as you speak the poem into being off the page, the verse happens naturally. And that, someone with no knowledge of poetry, of verse, should be able to like read it as such. And if I just try to read this very relaxed and kind of straight, if you would join your hand with mine, right? If you would join your hand with mine. And I just think the use of the stresses within that line, if you would join your hand with mine, right? It's just always landing on the second, and we could hold the sea, right? It's really comfortably iambic. I don't have to place any additional stress to have it come through. I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath the sapphire sky where quiet waters run, then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine, so in that space we'll hold the moon reflected full and bright. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember we once caught the moon, I know we'll keep it yet. Right? Like it is so comfortably iambic, it doesn't, yeah. I just think that's really, really nicely really nicely written in that way. And the end rhymes, I think they have this nice quality of being, some of them are pretty like, I mean, they're all okay. A lot of the rhymes, they're rhymes, but they're mostly like slanting, and I know you like slant rhymes a lot, so it's unsurprising. So it's very comfortable, and it doesn't have that feeling that sometimes we get with end rhymes of like forced. And it's funny that so many people talk about rhymes this way as sometimes feeling forced, right? Because I personally still don't know like what makes a rhyme feel natural and what makes a rhyme feel forced. But these just feel nice, And maybe part of it is that, you know, you slant when you want to, and some of the rhymes are more rhymes and some of them are less rhyming. And sometimes you just let the structure break, right? This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine. So in that space, we'll hold the moon, right? Like moon, you know, moon palms. There's no rhyme there. Reflected full and bright, but like shine and bright are you know, I mean, a very close rhyme. I mean, they're a slant still for sure, right? But yeah, and then but as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. And there we just don't even rhyme, right? We're just like we're done rhyming at the end, and uh and that's okay, you know. um uh and I think there's something cool where this poem gets less rhymy as we go down, right? We have mind light, sea keep, and then we have like sky tides run above, which are still slants on like both of the lines, right? But they're less rhyming than the first stanza. And then the third stanza, we go palms moon, right? Not rhymes. And then shine bright. So now we're like half rhyming. And then at the end, we just kind of let the structure dissolve, right? And I mean, maybe a way I would say it is that the you know the concreteness, right, of our structure concrete, right, uh slips away. And you know, as we're talking about this poem, right, we're talking about holding something ephemeral, right, holding water, holding something fluid, holding something that tries to slip away, and trying to make it concrete, right? Making a beautiful shining stone of this water for just a moment shared between two people's hands, and then letting it go because it's just going to let go. You can't hold it. You can't hold it forever. You can't hold it for barely any time at all. And like that's pretty dope. um and it just feels very effortless in the way that it does that. It just slips out of your hands, I guess. um it has a rhythm and sway to it. Yeah, it definitely does. I stopped rhyming for the longest time because I hated the feeling that I was forcing them. Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that happens is we learn to rhyme and we force rhymes and then they sound bad and we keep forcing them and they keep sounding bad. And then we like pull back, and then it's when we end up accidentally rhyming or naturally rhyming or not caring so much about like the perfection of the rhymes, right? That we end up doing it more beautifully. And this is something that I really like personally recommend in terms of like poetic practice, is to take a technique like rhyming and say, you know, I'm going to write a poem that rhymes way too much and rhyme as much as I can, and learn just how much you can rhyme and how much you can do with the rhyme, because you'll be practicing just using it and you'll be internalizing the thought process of making words rhyme into your brain. And then when you go and stop trying, right, when you do end up rhyming, like it'll come in naturally because you've sort of trained that muscle, right? And same goes with other techniques, repetition, alliteration, right? As we practice these things, they become muscle memory. So then at a certain point, we don't have to try to rhyme. And I think that's when, I mean, if we're not forcing our rhymes, it's less likely they're going to feel forced, right? I think oftentimes, whatever state of mind, whatever thing that the whatever spot that the writer is in when they're sitting down to like put down the poem is usually what comes through after a certain point. Because I think after a few years, I think, of writing poetry, most people are able to at least kind of capture the vibe in their brain, right? And then And then from there, um, any techniques that you've learned, anything that you've internalized will just come through kind of naturally. Um, I get that feedback sometimes, but when I try not to rhyme, it sounds horrible in my head. Yeah, and and there's also the fact that then you can maybe practice intentionally not rhyming and forcing yourself to not rhyme and ending up somewhere in between or whatever, right? I don't know. um, it's a pretty good poem, right? Effective. Like how Martial, the Roman poet, said epigrams should be brief, sharp, and pointed, compared to be small but capable of producing honey, pleasure, and leaving a sting, satire, or wit. Yeah. Man, I'm EB trying to stay awake to support both you and my fellow writers. I mean, if you're sleepy, it's okay to sleep, right? It's a definitely okay. Um, and I think by like fundamentally by supporting ourselves, we give ourselves the energy and the ability to do good things in our life and with our time and support others. And it's when we're pushing ourselves too hard that I don't think I think as much as we can, we should avoid supporting others at the expense of ourselves. I really do believe that like the personal like well-being comes first, and that's a hard thing because it feels selfish, but you know, gotta survive. Hi, Maytari, welcome. I know you came in a few minutes ago. Meter and cadence is kind of the same way, at least for me. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, any technique, anything that we codify and then people try to force and then sometimes feels forced and not functional, um, you know, uh, right? It can feel forced. So we force it and then we learn how to let go of that. We try to hold it and then it doesn't work and then it slips between our fingers or something like that. um, I've 100% fallen asleep to Ginny's lulling voice. Today is a particularly lulling day. I'm sitting in this like sort of like upper mid register. It might be because I was singing earlier. I was playing saxophone and I was trying to sing along with this Rachmaninoff piece um, that I was transcribing, and it's like up here. It's like, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, but whatever. Can't do it now, and I don't have the pitch in my head. But I think my voice is set kind of like more comfortably up here, because if I was like down here and talking loud and stuff, I think that's a little less lulling, right? I fell asleep last Thursday to the typewriter. That's awesome. I'm glad that that works for you. Maybe you can look up like on YouTube like 1 hour of a typewriter sounds. Um, we're gonna take a 3 minute break because when stream broke at the start of stream, it reset the ad thing. So now ads are happening 45 minutes ahead of when they're supposed to be happening, and I can't control it. So, stand up, drink water, move away from the screen, move your body. Moving your body every hour is like a good, healthy thing that helps you not die for a lot of reasons. So I'd suggest you do that, and then we'll come back in 3 minutes and we'll keep talking about Nikki's poem and the various things. And, uh, yapping and going on tangents. Because I definitely have tangent energy today. Uh, and we'll be back in a second. Run the ad. Switch the screen to the screen that says the thing that's supposed to say the thing. Hello. Welcome back. I'm still Imogen. That doesn't change. I mean, it has in the past, right? But we are still reading Nikki's poem, Teaching You to Capture the Moon. I hope your 3 minutes of break were excellent and well spent, not staring at a computer screen, ideally. I really need to have something to fidget with on my desk. I'm currently fidgeting with a screwdriver, and I just feel like that's not the best choice. I'm gonna accidentally stab something with the screwdriver, or because I've done that before. Because I've realized in my life lately that I fidget an immense amount. I, and especially things that screw on and off, right? There's this lip lip finger nail polish that I have that sometimes I screw, and then there's the tip of the Apple Pencil, which is really the thing I need to avoid fidgeting with, because the little end falls off and then I lose it and it falls on the ground, right? And that's bad. That does seem like a dangerous fidget spinner. Yeah. So, and I don't know what to fidget with, and I can't it. I feel like it takes a lot of willpower to not fidget with the gain dials on my audio interface, because those would be a great little fidget, because they spin like that. And I have my little orbs. Where are my orbs at? Have I lost them? Where would they be? In a bag, probably. You fidgeting with all your stuff? Yeah, I don't know. It helps me think, I guess. I have a kneaded eraser here. Where are my? Hold on. Now I'm. Let's not get too distracted now. Did I lose them? I haven't seen them in a while. They're in a pocket. I don't think they're in the bottom of this. I have two little golf ball sized crystals that are spheres, and I like to sort of spin them around in my hand, like they spin, I guess. It's kind of hard to explain. I haven't seen them in a while, and maybe they're in the bottom of my bag, but maybe I just lost them, and that would really suck, because I think they were $40 each. And I like them, so even if they're weren't worth a little bit of dollars, that would still suck. I'm unsure. Anyway, yeah, for two each crystal thingy. I don't know. The one was obsidian. They're all polished and stuff. I got them as a gift. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where they went. I see. I have a very scattered mind. I guess any of you who've witnessed the sort of free association streams can know that pretty well. That my brain goes in lots of directions, and now that I know that I don't know where they are, it's really bugging me. Really bugging me. Do I have a decently weighted pen? I have lots of different pens, so yeah. But I can't do the pen spinning thing that people do, where they spin the pen somehow or something. I don't know how to do that one. So that doesn't particularly. Wait, is that them? Didn't lose them. Didn't lose them. This is something I like to do. So they spin around, and they make a little sound. They just enough sound to like be kind of pleasant. But the issue is like I have to like keep them flat, right? So I can't always like do it out of the way as well, and then I drop them, and the whole issue. Anyway, I like these. I like these. I think about myself as the point between two spheres moving around each other often. Goddamn. That was so poet. Okay, those look cool, right? They look super cool. Less dangerous than a screwdriver. Yeah, yeah. Okay. This is teaching you to capture the moon by Nikki. If you would join your hand with mine, and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. I think this is interesting, right? If you would join your hand with mine and we could hold the sea, right? There's this sort of like, I mean, it has this longing, right? Whether it's like yearning for someone who is distant or yearning for someone who is, just like a love that is not attained or whatever. I think is like a beautiful way to frame this poem. I think more beautiful thematically and more consistent thematically than something like maybe actually being able to do this thing with this person. Because, right, the poem is about something slipping away, holding on to something that is liquid, like having something in one's hands that really like one can't hold. And I think along with maybe these like nighttime moon ocean kind of imagery happening, I think it makes more sense. This poem is darker. This poem is more contemplative, looking out, looking at something far away. I mean, even if we think about like the reflection of the moon itself, right? This distant thing that we would want to hold in our hands. It kind of takes the whole scene and like places it as the metaphor, as the moon, the thing that one is trying to hold and can't hold on to, and maybe then it even implies a sort of doomed love where maybe one finds love and then the love slips from one's hands, or you have the love and you can see it there and think you hold it and then it's gone. I think like the metaphor and the themes are existing on multiple levels, kind of stacked atop each other, and everything seems to like work nicely with each other in that stacking, if you will. If you would join your hand with mine and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. There's also this like trap the light, hold the light, like keep the light, like a positive happiness, contentedness maybe. I mean, contentedness definitely like implies the more like Eastern thought, but also even just to like peace and happiness, that maybe these two individuals are just wishing to hold like peace and to settle, or something like that. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky or quiet waters. I think sapphire here is fun because sapphires can be like lots of colors. Right, they can be the very like bright blue, but they can also be very deep and dark, and we're imagining like the moon reflected in the water. So we would think like evening or dusk, and sapphires can have that like purple dusky kind of look. They can have even, I mean, they're like red sapphires, and that can even be like more of a sunset kind of thing, and I like that um you know like it it's talking about something specific that I think it points to a very concrete imagery, but there's also some amount of like variation within that description. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run, then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run, then in our hands cut precious tides to catch the gleam above. And we also have this like tide moon thing, right? Pulling, in, out, right? Like the tides work with the water coming in and the water going out, and the phases of the moon, and the moon, affecting the tides, and looking through the moon in the tide goes out, they're out of it all just works nicely together, I think. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine. So in that space we'll hold the moon, and that's kind of like a funny double meaning, right? The space and moon, like the moon's in space, and in space in that space. Yeah. um but as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. And we have this sort of like longing that's it opens with longing, it seems, right? Like if we could. But then it's like, we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. So, maybe we're talking about something in the past that has ended, that has slipped away, and looking for that to happen again. Or, this distance idea that it's someone who, was once in proximity to do this thing, and now they're distant and they might return. I think it leaves it nicely ambiguous, where there is this feeling of longing for some reason, but there's enough space that any person could fill in their particular brand of longing. And I think that's often a popular way to do confessional poetry. Well, maybe not a popular way, but in terms of like the confessional poets that people really like and really revere, they show something specific about themselves, and they confess something that is theirs, but in such a way that they make it that it can belong to other people as well, and that other people can take it and feel it and resonate it with it, and let it into their own hearts. And I think we've talked about before that I think you use ambiguity well, and this poem is no different, I suppose. You do well, Nikki, and maybe I sound like a broken record because I say it every time, but every time it's noticeable in its effect, so that's good. I have a giant glass orb the size of my hand. I used to fidget with it. I'll have to look for it again. Bought it in France, I think, maybe because it looks like materia from Final Fantasy. That's dope. I do always try to write with ambiguity, and I even had someone say this make them think of their kids. Yeah, for a parent, probably, like, teaching you right? Like passing on this little secret of beautiful knowledge, holding a hand. I imagine once once you've become a parent, right? I mean, I I don't know, but um, holding hands with someone takes on a broader meaning than the youthful, you know, romantic love holding hands where now, as an adult, right, um you think of maybe holding your child's hands, and so that makes a lot of sense how they go in that direction, right? Especially and then like the teaching, I think, is another thing that points to that as well. And then all of this is just talking about um the moon itself and the sky itself, right? And then at the end, right, the water slips away between our gentle hands. Remember, we once caught the moon. And this maybe has the idea of like looking back on a memory of childhood. I know we'll keep it yet, and maybe even for that parent, right, the joy of holding their child's hand. And then eventually that starts to happen less, or the kid grows up and the kids don't hold their hand anymore. And that might be something that they want to recapture and keep and remember. And so I think that interpretation, right, of someone thinking of their kids is extremely beautiful, right? And my brain just jumps to romantic love um because I think about it a lot, and I don't do it right now. um with anyone, I mean, um and I don't have the experience of, well, having a child, and I don't have memories of my childhood very much at all. So that makes sense, right? Um, Quiet pool within our palms is lovely. Sapphire sky, I can picture it. Awesome. Worldwide love. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's the thing with the love poems, right? Is that like 99.99% of people seem to do the whole love thing, and seem to vibe with that in their lives, and um so you can talk about this stuff, and it tends to resonate broadly, if you do it well, if you do it in a way that can connect to others and all of that. I definitely wrote it from the romantic view, but I do like to leave that opening for others to imprint. Yeah, I mean, it's impressive how like romantic it is, and how immediately, right, like my brain jumped to romantic, but then pulling back, understanding that, oh, this doesn't have to be romantic. And I mean, that's where, what I was saying at the start of this stream, when you, right, the obvious you is the romantic lover here, right? But if we have other forms of you, if we have you the child, if we have you, you know something else, I mean, we can definitely go in this like attachment grasping Eastern way, and then it becomes like a religious thing, and maybe you becomes like a general attachment, right? um we're starting to add layers to this poem, and it's the ambiguity that allows us the openness of this. If you had written something into this poem that was just so obviously romantic, and so obviously like two young lovers by the beach, right? um we wouldn't we wouldn't have so much opportunity for these other things. uh Good morning, Jenny. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Dew. Welcome. um Dude, it's been so long. How's it going? It is well, Blue Jack. How are you? And welcome. um Things are good. Yeah. There's been lots of poetry in my life for many months, and more music than ever. Not than ever, but than there has been in a long time. I haven't been writing poetry very much at all, but I've been writing some prose. Um, uh, yeah. Um, yeah, I'm super in like a writing slump, but that's okay. I don't have to write all the time. I've been doing spoken word stuff, kind of, allegedly. Like when one reads a poem from the Spanish Baroque, mysticism, Christian or Muslim, not knowing it's a super horny poem or about God. Yeah, I mean when you don't when you don't know the symbology and you don't know like the context, it is fascinating how like things get lost, but things also get gained, right? And we can interpret things through like a generic or not a generic view, but like our present view. I think it's a definitely a flaw to think of our way, our present, contemporary way of seeing world as like the generic one, because it's just our normal. Um, so I definitely misspoke there, but um, yeah, it's fascinating. And in their time, it would have been absolutely normal to just read maybe the more Christian mystical Spanish Baroque poem as a um, as a super horny poem or a poem about God, and like not picking up on those things many years later, um, as he faced the firing squad. Like I kind of said earlier, it gives off a little children lullaby feeling. Yeah, okay, that I completely forgot that you said that, right? And the ballad, the lullaby, the feeling of it, of the poem, uh, is definitely something that I think. Well, I mean, ballads can also be love, right? Ballads can be like soft and lulling. Ballads can also be like, uh, very, uh, like love, professing my love for you in ballad form, singing the praises of my heart onto your form, da 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 da, and yeah, so I think it's a very nice like choice to use the ballad here. That I think the poem very much can go both ways. That this poem can be soft and really cozy and safe and childlike and nostalgic, and then this poem can also be really yearning and slightly troubled but beautiful and longing and distant, right? And um, I don't know, maybe there's a whole nother reading of this poem as a yearning for the passing of childhood or something, but that's probably a stretch. But maybe I can just interpret it as a synthesis of all my other interpretations and come up with something entirely different and unique to me. Your free association stuff had some bangers. I think it did, yeah. I won't deny it. My very first poem here was a horny god poem. Yeah, they definitely happen. Was it one of Ishmael's either translations or poems? Because he's done some of that, right? Um, yeah. This poem is cool. This poem does a lot of different things. It was, yeah. um, So, what do I want to talk about? What do I want to say about this poem? Maybe I'll read it again. That's gonna be helpful, I think. Teaching you to capture the moon. If you would join your hand with mine, and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky, where quiet waters run, then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine. So in that space we'll hold the moon reflected full and bright. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember, we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. Teaching you to capture the moon by Nikki. Um, I, hmm. I mean, I feel like the whole like holding, love, losing thing. I mean, maybe I resonate with it personally. Um, I'm not sure what else to say. We've said some things and we've had some interesting uh things. I'm gonna read it one more time. I don't know. There's more to notice. There's more to talk about. There's other things. I'm just not sure what they are. If you would join your hand with mine, and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run. Then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine. So in that space we'll hold the moon reflected full and bright. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. Okay, so something we haven't talked about is the moon. And the moon is a symbol. And what that could mean, right? Because the moon has this incredible capacity to mean like 100 different things depending on who you ask, right? Things that the moon can symbolize. And symbol as a literary technique, right? A symbol is to take a concrete object, an apple, a fruit, a moon, an ocean, a lake, a river, a fire, a certain food, whatever, I don't know, a building, anything, right? An action, even sometimes. Take a concrete thing and use that to point to imply something abstract, right? So we have like the biblical apple as sin. We have, I mean, religion often uses this heavily. The cross for Christians as salvation, or stars as certain things, or, you know, any variation of that. On the tarot of Marseille, French hurts me. The moon is the card of femininity and poetry. Yeah, so I guess I'll ask you all, anyone in chat who's willing to provide, is like, what is the moon? I'm gonna crowdsource this from y'all. I like crowdsourcing symbols from chat because y'all have many perspectives and different things, and I think it illustrates how something can, you know, symbolize a lot of different things. And I think, right, the reason I'm getting at this is there's a variety of different meanings that we can ascribe to the moon here. This thing that we're holding, this thing that we're looking at together with this other person. And depending on what we interpret personally the moon to be, I think it can create further layers of meaning depending on our individual contexts, right? So, Ray, right, you say in the tarot, the moon is something of femininity, and we see this a lot across femininity across many cultures, right? The moon as something that symbolizes this because of the similar length in time to like the menstrual cycle, right? Menstrual cycle and that kind of thing. And then also the fact that we often get like a masculine sun. Not always though, but then it creates like a contrast here. Nikki, I was going to say that one. But I was waiting for you to say it because you mentioned Eastern philosophy. So femininity, right? Poetry, motherly love, a mother moon, right? Motherly love. We have Yeah, I'll just throw something out entirely unrelated to this poem. We have wolves, symbolizes, you know, something like that. It doesn't have to specifically pertain to this poem, is what I'm saying, because I think looking outside the realm of the poem and pulling things in with the symbol can be useful and interesting sometimes. So in Eastern philosophy, enlightenment, yes, and there's a specific um, saying in Buddhism that maybe you're familiar with, Nikki. Um, but it's the finger pointing at the moon. And basically what this refers to, they say that the teachings of Buddhism, or Buddhism itself, is a finger pointing at the moon. What that means is the moon is the place you're actually trying to get to, right? The moon is the enlightenment. The moon is that far away, unattainable thing that you would like to reach, enlightenment. And so when you like focus too much on the teachings, right, the actual text, and get caught in all of that, you know, it's sort of a distraction. It's not going in the right direction. It's not about following the actual, we'll say the exact literal words, right? It says no. Instead, you should be looking at the moon itself and trying to get there, right? And this poem made me think of that, right? Because we have the the moon reflected in hands, right? And we're looking and longing for this thing. So we also have longing, right? The moon, this far away thing. Beauty, of course. I think the moon is pretty much always beautiful. We have like cyclicality is maybe something that happens, moon cycles, and along with this sort of like menstrual cycle thing, right? I've always seen it as like a reminder of the importance of reflection of your actions. Doesn't really match this poem. I feel like this poem, like, I mean, you say reflection, right, on your actions, on yourself, and we do have reflection happening within this poem, right? We have the moon bouncing off the water in our hands. So maybe that's something that we could think about within this poem, reading it specifically through that idea. The unattainable, tragic, perhaps, when we apply it to this poem. The moon is some unattainable thing that we're trying to reach together, you know. Let me take out my tarot for this. Yeah, you could give us a more detailed tarot thing. Moon symbolizes duality, right? And you say yin and yang as well, Nikki, which is sort of the same as duality. Yin and yang is, that within duality there is sameness and kind of that a space between duality. One moon in every pool, the one moon kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's constant, right? Everyone sees the same moon. It's something that's like universally kind of shared. It also symbolizes on a metaphysical level being locked in orbit. Yeah, we have this orbit, this constant return, this like lack of a sort of escape or freedom. Lots of different meanings, right? Now, I think like many of these could give us really compelling interpretations of this poem, right? And we could even just go through them, right? Poetry from the French tarot, from the tarot. If you would join your hand with mine. So poetry, something beautiful, something expressive. As we hold hands, as we hold something between us, we create and express something you know, beautiful and create something new, right? Maybe something that cannot be created without someone else, you know? And so, I mean, if we're talking about a love poem, maybe it brings in this idea of like the muse, and someone that we require to create. And within the idea of the confessional love poet, I think this is incredibly compelling, and that we find inspiration and we lose inspiration. And so if you would hold your hand in mine and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep, right? Trapping the light, creating, calcifying, you know, ideas into something tangible, right? I think the idea of creation and poetry, you know, thematically fits nicely with the whole water slipping from the hands thing. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run, then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above, right? We have dance, this sort of like artistic thing, again catching the gleam, sort of a repetition. This quiet pool within our palms will captured borrow shine. I mean, you could go as far as, you know, the hand being the thing we use to write or something. But, you know, to fit within this poetic idea. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, as we lose the muse, as we lose that thing, right? Remember, we once caught the moon. However, you know, we'll keep it. I know we'll keep it yet. We'll find some other inspiration. We'll find something, and I think like kind of no matter what, right? This poem frames the thing that we lose, the moon that we lose, as something that we can reclaim, which is beautiful, right? And you know, this idea of reading it as artistic inspiration, as the moon muse. I think it's nice, right? I actually like this reading a lot right now for myself as someone who's not writing, right? I haven't written a poem and like concretely captured the light in maybe a couple weeks now, which is the longest I've gone without writing a poem, maybe in like a year or something, maybe more. I'm not sure. Uh, you know, and like, that's okay, right? I'll scoop up the water again. um, and that's just one alternate interpretation. I mean, I want to keep going through these because they're fun. Um, when you think of its theratic creation, that's a word I don't know. You could think of it as a part of you that left you, but also unity. But I could be reaching. I just don't know what theratic, theratic, ther. Can't English? Is that meant to be another word? Um, I mean, it might be a word, right? I see. Thematic. Oh, okay. That kind of makes sense. um, uh, those are far away on the keyboard. When you think of its thematic creation, you could think of it as a part of you that left you, but also unity. Oh, is that you mean sort of like within the art? If you're saying that within the moon as poetry, I like that a lot, right? Um, Something we've created that is gone but is still us and still reaches out and connects. Theoretical. When you think of its theoretical creation, you could think of it. And are we referring to art? Are we referring to poetry? Um, wow, English left my brain there. No, it happens, you know. Um, theoretical. But I like that. You want me getting to my poem today? No, definitely not. We're just doing this one today on my normal pace of like falling further and further behind the submissions. Um, it's why Rage Against the Dying of the Light doesn't catch the winged moon. There's an acceptance of change to be found at it. Rather, catch the moon in winged flight. Ah, there's an acceptance of change. Yeah, like that it will never be caught. It will only be caught as it pertains to still being in motion. Um, yeah, I like that as certainly as it pertains to this poem, right? Um, that's super cool. Do not go gentle into that good night. I biffed the whole illusion. Well, yeah. I know the poem though, so it's I love that poem. I like Dylan Thomas for sure. Um, no, the literal, like a meteor smashing into Earth and the moon being created out of parts that. I see. Yeah. Um, it's hard to know what y'all mean when you're talking in chat. Um, yeah. No, that's super cool. Um, so the moon is something cast off and distant that came um, from the whole, like a fractured thing. Yeah, within like our scientific understanding, I think the moon, right? That's a big way that moons form, right, and happen. So that's cool. That's dope, actually. Um, yeah, okay. So, right, we have the moon as poetry. Um, I'm not sure how much. Well, I mean, we have the moon as motherly love, and we already discussed this poem potentially being interpreted as, something motherly, as a lullaby, as something referring to a child, right? Wishing to hold their hand, or wishing that they would hold your hand again, right? Um, Teaching you to capture the moon. Uh, and maybe even then there's like that passing down, that generation mother thing, right? If you would join your hand with mine and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep, right? Like in holding the hand of the child, you show them the beauty of motherhood, in holding the water in it, with the moon reflected, it creates the image of that safety and comfort, that warm glow from above, that distant thing that's always constant and present. Also until it isn't, until it is again, right? With this cycle of mother daughter, mother daughter, mother daughter, right? Um, we'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run. I really like the motherhood interpretation of this poem, almost like more than I like the love interpretation. um, then in our hands cut precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine. So in that space we'll hold the moon reflected full and bright. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. I really do like this as an inherited lullaby. Yeah. Yeah. So, right, the moon can be a mother, the moon can be poetry. We have two very compelling, entirely different interpretations just through looking at the symbol of the moon in different ways. Maybe writing and trying to listen/comment doesn't match very well. I'm writing in Dutch while commenting in English. Oh, yeah, that sounds hard. I commend you. I salute you for that. I think I'm gonna ignore the wolves thing that I said, just because I sort of said that as a joke to say a dumb thing. It's useful to say something kind of silly sometimes. It encourages people to say their serious thing, because you've been sillier than them, right? So enlightenment, right? We can look deeper at this Eastern interpretation, the moon as enlightenment and the unattainable thing that we seek. And I think there are like two ways to take this. One is like using enlightenment as to signal toward like contentedness, which could point toward love, right? Um, and trying to find a love that is steady and a love that continues, that is content. Um, or, you know, perhaps saying, oh, wolves are very family oriented animals if we're going to. True that, Sleepy Librarian. Um, right, we can take this poem. Yeah, yeah, snaps for that. Um, uh, contentedness and like contentedness in love, but then there's also the path of like true, like, relinquishing of attachment. Relinquishing. Oh my God, handwriting. And like, and just like sort of that like enlightened freedom from material things. Right. So we could read this as like, if you would join your hand with mine and we could join the sea. I'm longing for you. I'm longing for love, right? And then we do this thing, but as the water slips away, I find love. I lose love as the water slips away. I lose the contentedness in the relationship as it slips between our gentle hands. And maybe they're still gentle, they're still tender, they still care, but the love is gone. And the contentedness in that relationship is gone. Remember we once caught the moon and it was beautiful, and we can allow the past to still be beautiful and be content to move on and find love elsewhere, right? That's a reading of this poem, right? Love happens, love ends, and that's okay. And we'll move on, and that love will never be invalidated by the fact that it ended. If it was love, it was love, right? And I really like this narrative within relationships, and I think it's one that is underportrayed in media, because media likes drama. It likes Romeo and Juliet, killing themselves in a crypt, double suicide, dramatic, tragic, whatever, right? And the idea of like love ending and two people like mutually coming to this spot and realizing that they can go on and still be okay with each other, right? And still have gentleness between them, I think is a beautiful narrative that I think would be helpful for a lot of people, probably. Like, I don't know, and I don't read a lot of like fiction that is really like romance, right? But usually like the endings are happily ever after, or like full crash out, everything falls apart, and then maybe someone else comes along and it's happily ever after. Because it's much less dramatic for like two people to love and that love to end, and it to end peacefully and then move on. But I think it would be cool if that was more normalized. It would be nice. I would actually really love to read a novel that was that. That was a beautifully told love story, and then it ends, and they move on, and like that's the end of the story, and they're still, tender. I don't know. Unfortunately, to be classified as the romance genre, they require a happily ever after or happy for now. See, yeah, I think that's limiting. I think there's so much, nuance to these things. So I'm partial to interpret the poem this way, as a love we're content to leave behind. Yeah, the rage emoji. Yeah. We can catch the moon, see the landscape as it is when we are not there, make the flower blossom. In the poem, to be truly rich, we spear the goddess and bathe in her blood. That's kind of what poetry does. Hold on, you said so many beautiful words in that message, Ray. You're like cooking today. I want whatever you're taking in this moment. I mean that in the best way. We can catch the moon, see the landscape as it is when we are not there. Make the flower blossom in the poem. Make the flower blossom in the poem. To be truly rich, we spear the goddess, poetry, and bathe in her blood. That's kind of what poetry does. Yeah, right. Ray, you're so cool. We can catch the moon. See the landscape as is. Yeah, like so poetry is this ability to I dropped my orb. Um this ability to make the impossible possible, to you know tell these stories that we don't otherwise see, to as you say, make the flower blossom, right? To create beauty, to I mean, even some would say, to play God in some capacity, to right, you know, fabricate something more beautiful than what we have now. And I mean, that's a really compelling thing about art, and I think that's why art is often so prevalent in social change and in revolution and in progress, because art has this capacity, right, to show us what we don't have, to show us what we could have. I'm personally really attracted to like speculative stuff, right? And to, like Afrofuturism is one of my favorite genres of art. Um, I think like queer futures and like queer futurism, um, those are really compelling things to me. And um, even sometimes the fully ideal, like utopian strains of thought. But yeah, to be truly rich, we spear the goddess and bathe in her blood. That's kind of what poetry does. Love that. um, when I try to read it as a lullaby, specifically reading it through the lens of lullaby, I almost feel like the water/moon could be time together. Makes the ending pretty sad. Yeah. I mean, when we take this mother idea, and this moon as motherhood, right, and that water and the time slipping out of the hands, losing that connection, but then this promise of keeping it yet, of new motherhood beyond, right? Of that child then going on to have a child and passing on that lullaby, um, holding the water, holding their hand, reflecting the moon for a moment, showing them the beauty and safety of motherhood, and then that slipping from their hands, losing that, passing on. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really, really like that interpretation of this work. Um, it's a beautiful and tragic and comforting one, and very compelling one. Hi, Hidden Scotty. Um, yeah. So right, we've had the poetry, we've had the one of the ideas of enlightenment, motherhood. So I think this poem could also be read as sort of like a strictly, um, we'll say, metaphysical piece, something strictly about, maybe not metaphysical, but like mental mind. I mean, enlightenment and attainment are sort of metaphysical ideas, but um, if we think about this as just describing enlightenment, and you are just sort of an external attachment in a broad sense, referring to Eastern thought, this poem takes on like other meanings, right? So the moon is the thing we strive for. If you would join your hand with mine and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. And okay, I actually love this reading too. We can think about two people trying to find contentedness in each other in love. And so in the two of their hands, right, we get like the literal image, the two of them, hands held, water in the hands, looking at the moon. And for a moment, as they're doing that, right? We'll dance beneath the sapphire sky where quiet waters run. Then in our hands cut precious tide to catch the gleam above. They catch the contentedness, the enlightenment, the true beauty of being alive, right? This quiet pool within our palms, it's quiet, it's still, it's serene. We'll capture borrowed, its temporary shine, so in that space we'll hold the moon reflected full and bright. And for a moment you think you have it, right? But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, right, even with the best intentions, right, trying to capture enlightenment in something, you know, in another person, in something temporal and temporary is futile. Remember, we once caught the moon, I know we'll keep it yet. Right? And then there's like sort of two endings to this, where one, this person fatally kind of continues to try to find contentedness and happiness in the hands of other people, or, right, in this Buddhist finger pointing at the moon interpretation, they look up instead, right? They look up at the moon and it is there and they can always see it and they don't need to capture it. And they find, you know, kind of within themselves, right? So that's a hyper like Buddhist reading of the poem, going off of that specific finger pointing at the moon idea. But I like it. I think that one works well. It works as well as the other ones. The comparison of water and the moon is also interesting. I mean, even science does it with the Sea of Tranquility or whatever it's called on the moon. The Lunar Maria. I'm not familiar I like space and I like science, but I don't know like details like that. What's the Lunar Maria? Something else to consider is the moon itself is borrowed light. Yeah, we have this borrowing of a borrowed thing that goes back to the sun, and maybe, I mean, you know, then we just keep going down and we say the sun is something temporary and the sun itself will slip between our fingers and the light will burn out and we'll end up back plunged into darkness and emptiness, but it'll be okay because we'll keep it yet. And then maybe it's entropy and death and everything is lost, and so we live our lives well and hold each other's hands in lieu of that, or in spite of that, or in a challenge to that, because what else is there to do as humans, other than to sort of spit in the face of the fate that we inherit, and from the moment of our birth and our fundamental existentially empty position. I could rant like that for a long time, but that would turn into free association, I think. Moonshine in my mirror, a reflection of light reflecting onto my reflection. There you go. I love reflections in poems. I think they work very well. In art in general. I like mirrors. I don't know if I like mirrors in my life. I used to really like mirrors, and now I wonder how much I like seeing myself. It's the Latin plural of mare for sea, I think. Yeah, right. Maria. So the dark patches are the Lunar Maria, and they call them seas. Okay, because they're darker. Once oceans of volcanic rock, they now lie still. Once oceans of volcanic rock, they now lie still. What millions of years ago held energy, potential, change, fire, now has been extinguished. Cold, empty, hardened, dark. Yeah. The space is extremely poetic. I love space. They are large basaltic plains, basically. They're those big dark spots. Okay, gotcha. Mirrors are always cool on art. Yeah, they are. Thank you all for explaining to me how the moon works. I appreciate it. We're learning so much about the moon today and how it can symbolize so many different things, and that's awesome. There was a theory they were caused by cracks in the moon from asteroid collisions. Neat. That's cool. I like the moon. Um, so we've talked about a number of these interpretations. Um, there's also these like duality, reflection, fractured, unattainable things. I think unattainable is maybe another thing we could talk about in this poem, and especially with love and futility. And that's a word I mentioned at the very start. Um, Futility. So I think even like just looking at like the symbolic interpretation of this poem, trying to understand the moon, there are still more things we can interpret and come to. Um, and we're going to do that after a short 3-minute break where you're going to stand up and move and drink some water and have a snack or something and just not be in your chair and not be in front of a screen because what's up, gang? I'm back from the break. From the break that happened when the stream crashed, so it probably sent out another notification, which is nice. I guess, because people know. Um, Now, what is? Why is my? Uh, really? I ran the ad break and it's still giving me like an ad in 30 minutes? Dude, that's messed up. I hate when stream crashes. Hello. Hello, welcome back. Um, maybe I don't know. Um, stream crashing is not nice. Uh, uh, Beatles, Patrick Dempsey, poem about the Sea of Tranquility in the movie Can't Buy Me Love, which I don't know. Um, he was a nerd who paid a popular girl he really liked to date him to make him popular. That sounds really, that sounds like a wonderful thing to do. I really like it, but it is high key 80s. Yeah, Nick Cannon did remake called Love Don't Cost a Thing. Movies, things I don't know much. You said no more poems, but I fear I'll never make it here for the first hour of stream. One of these days, I'll do 2 in a day. Just it's definitely not today. And most days, it's definitely not today. And I know it's, but yeah. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. you know. I think mine is next in order. Lol. A glorious Sestina for y'all. Dope. Yeah, I think that'll be the first one of yours that we've read. Yeah. Okay. Guess we'll keep reading this. Read this again. Teaching you to capture the moon, and then we'll talk about more ways to look at the symbol of the moon because I'm enjoying it, I guess. If you would join your hand with mine, and we can hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run, then in our hands cut precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine. So in that space we'll hold the moon reflected full and bright. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember, we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. The juxtaposition between quiet and then run is very cool. Yeah. It's slow and then it's fast. It's still and then it's in motion. I do like that quite a bit. It's interesting that we use like quiet in 2 back-to-back stanzas, and I didn't even like necessarily notice that until now. Like some people really like rag on repetition and like using the same words. And they're even like sort of in the same position, like second word within a line. Genuinely, it doesn't bother me, you know? The one I posted is by the Nazi guy from my country, from the story I posted a time ago, making fun of the dude who's president now. Dope. That's cool. How many ways can we count the moon? What secrets does it hold? Let's watch and wonder as each way becomes a different story told. That sounds like what we're doing right now, Nikki. I bet that was intentional and that's what you were trying to say. Now Kale Factory is 3 hours ahead, but you'll probably be read first anyway because my work schedule. Tough. Yeah, I think Kale Factory, your poem, we're multiple poems past it, I think. Because we go in order but not in order. So anyway, we're talking about the moon, and the different symbols, the different things that the moon could potentially symbolize in this poem, right? And there's a lot of different things that the moon could symbolize in this poem. We've talked about motherly love or motherness, poetry, enlightenment in various ways. And I think, we also discussed some other interpretations, duality, reflection upon oneself, right? And then this idea of like being fractured and distant or unattainable, right? And I think I like unattainable. I think that fits with the sort of love of this poem. Sir Man Squid, iambic trimeter slash tetrameter. Yeah, if you would join your hand with mine, right? That's four. And we could hold the C. And that iambic 4 3 4 4 3 4 3 four times is also a ballad, right? So a ballad or alternating tri and tetra, yes. Hey, where the father rep? Oh yeah. I feel like the moon definitely leans feminine, I think, most of the time, in most cases. At least, yeah, I think specifically with humans, because we associate it so heavily with like the same amount of time as the menstrual cycle, and then it's, cyclicality and all of that, and like a softer glow. We need a dad son type poem. Yeah, yeah. So if we read the moon as a symbol for something that cannot be attained, rather than reading it as one of these other things, we entirely reframe this entire poem again, teaching you to capture the moon, teaching you to capture something that's unattainable. If you would join your hand with mine, and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run, then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine, so in that space we'll hold the moon reflected full and bright. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember, we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. So, arguably, if we look at the moon as something unattainable, and that's kind of like the symbolic reading we're taking of this object, what we end up with is a sort of like, self-contradiction within the poem, maybe even contradiction, maybe even like a blind, belief, a confidence, a sort of just like a faith in this impossible thing, right? It is kind of the feeling that I get when we try to read it through that lens. But we're also talking about love, right? So we're not necessarily talking about capturing the moon itself, but we're using the moon as something unattainable held between two people. And I think that's really like the way that unattainability reads best in this poem to me. If you would join your hand in mine and we could hold the sea, right? We'd trap the light. And so we look at these two, maybe this goes back to the lovers more so than the mother-daughter reading, where we're trying to hold onto something that's doomed to fail, maybe a sort of like star-crossed lovers situation, and the water slips away and we lose the love, and we had it for a moment, but now it's gone. So, and maybe, and then we're gonna try again, and we're gonna keep like repeating this cycle. I think it's pretty similar to like this path that we went down with love and contentedness as the moon relating to enlightenment. And maybe, I think maybe at this point we're starting to run into like some pretty heavy overlap between these different ideas. I think if we talked about like reflection, maybe reflection is unique, but like duality would probably run into the same kind of feelings as this enlightenment thing. If we talked about the moon as something fractured away from the earth and lost, is maybe similar to this idea of unattainability. Um, Reflection even connects with this motherly idea of, right, holding something like us, um, through another person, creating something else, has that like muse idea. It's interesting because, like, with the art poetry thing, and the mother thing, there's this connection by like the creation of something, the birthing of something beautiful, and something that exists in reflection of oneself. So I think we're starting to get to the point where a lot of these, symbolic readings are glomming together into like one larger um, idea, right? Um, and the through lines are always maybe the things outside of the symbol, the things that connects the symbol throughout these different interpretation, and that's the sort of contentedness with loss, the beauty of the moment as we experience it, the fundamental human joy in creating something and doing something impossible, and generative existence, and and I think all of that, like, then is speaking to a lot of things, like things that happen on a very fundamentally human level. So then when we insert ideas like motherhood or poetry or enlightenment, they slot in nicely, because maybe the poem itself is structured in this very relatable human way of grabbing something and losing it and doing so again, and it's okay, but it's not, and it's hard, and it's beautiful, and you know that's life, right? um yeah, it's very song like the way things are re-emphasized at the start of stanzas, are like a song between choruses. Yeah, right. um We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine, right? But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, if you would join your gentle hand with mine and we could hold the sea, right? It kind of starts us in the same place and takes us in different directions. It doesn't just entirely charge forward, this poem, right? It kind of moves forward a bit, um, and then it like loops back to remind us of where we've been, right? And then it moves forward a bit, and then it loops back, reminds us of where we've come from, goes forward a bit, loops back, and maybe that whole structure, right, of moving forward and remembering and creating, and then that thing going on, right? It does have this, you know, even that kind of cycle reflects low battery, um, reflects this motherhood theme that we're talking about in the poem, reflects this, idea of reflection, right? And I think that's very beautiful. Um, yeah. Um, Only 20. You know how expensive a kid is. Um, yeah, that's real. um, just a poem about paying child support. It's like that transparent poem by Juan Luis Martinez. The page has an entire center where the text would go cut out, leaving only the edges. That's kind of cool and very, performance art-esque and avant. Uh, we having all the daddy issues here in chat. Yeah, it happens. Um, but yeah, I think that's like, I don't know. I've been talking about this poem for 2 hours. I think I've said my piece. Um, I like. I mean, I think the end of this poem is maybe to me the part that I love the most. This remember we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. And even that whole stanza, if we're gonna, you know, expand out a little bit, to say my favorite stanza is the last one. Just, you know, I'm a sucker for this idea of pursuing things and losing them, and contentedness with loss, and these sort of themes. So you very much play to things that I enjoy, and I think it's often the case with your poetry. And I mean, the love thing resonates for me, right? The love thing. I mean, you know, I mean, you mentioned earlier jokingly, Nikki, you know, the only endings for the love story are the happily ever after, the happy for now. And at my point in life, right, there's no happy for now, there's no happily ever after. But I'm like relatively contentedly alone. But and I think this poem has the capacity to speak to like contented aloneness, and like you know, you've lost the love, and that's okay, and the love was still valid, and you might find it someday, and you might not, and you might find it and lose it again, and there's beauty in that, and it's okay. And you know, and relationships are interesting because sort of the popular narrative, the popular cultural narrative. I'm in this poem and I like it actually. The popular cultural narrative is you're looking for someone to settle down with permanently. You're hoping each lover you have within like the popular cultural monogamous marriage type world that we live in. You're looking for that one person to settle with, and you're looking for each lover to have the potential of being your final lover. But this poem begins with this question of would you hold my hands and hold this water and do this thing? And within the whole poem, right, it's like doing the love and losing it, and then being okay with that, and there might be love again, and it's almost like, I mean, I don't know. It's that futility. It's that continual, you know, cyclical orbit, reflection, whatever, circles, I don't know. And yeah, I'm in this poem. We've had a few love poems recently, haven't we? Yeah. I mean, Nikki's last poem was a love poem. Breath was depression. Voyage was love. Muffins was love. In Lieu of Flowers was religion. Mad Girl's love song was love. Always is love, kind of. Not O Captain. Noon was not love. Like 50% love poems in the last bit, I would say. So yes, we have been reading a lot of love poems. And I'm okay with that. That's cool, you know. Muffins, moons, yeah. Those are symbols of love. It feels like high school honors English in the best way. Well, I'm glad you've added in the best way to that statement. I appreciate that. I feel original. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna read this at least one more time, maybe a couple. I just kind of feel it for a bit. Teaching you to capture the moon. Man, I feel like I want this poem to teach me how to capture the moon. Teaching you to capture the moon. If you would join your hand with mine. I want to read it well. I don't know the best way to read this, because there's the lullaby reading, there's the soft singing reading. If you would join, That's even pushing the verse. If you would join your hand with mine and we could hold the sea, right? Nice and soft, nice and lilting, bouncing along, right? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Right? There's that. But I think one could get much more like hopeful at the beginning, and then like beauty, and then like passion, and then like loss, and it's sad, right? We could take this poem on that sort of like a reading journey. If you would hold your hand with mine, and we could hold if you would join your hand with mine and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run, where quiet waters run. Then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine. So in that space we'll hold the moon reflected full and bright. But as the water slips away, between our gentle hands, remember, we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. Right? Like that's a way to read the poem that takes us more on more of like an emotional journey, I think, as opposed to like the super soft. If you would join your hand with mine and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run, then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine, so in that space we'll hold the moon reflected full and bright. But as that water slips away, between our gentle hands, remember, we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. Right? If I was trying to poem someone to sleep, I would be doing that, right? Whereas before was maybe like the lover confessing, if you would join your hand with mine and we could hold the sea, you know, a little more tenuous at the start, and then we'll dance, right? We'll dance. We're gonna dance. It's gonna be beautiful beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run. Where quiet waters run, then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. Right? Poem someone to sleep. Dude, that's all I want in life. Just like poem someone to sleep. That'd be dope. That's not all I want in life, but that would probably be beautiful. Have I done that before? I don't think so. Have I? Maybe. I don't know. People have slept to my stream, right? That sounds like a dream, right? Dr. Seuss's sleep book is real and does work. I'm not familiar with it. I'm a poem someone to death or something. I mean, go for it. If you can write a poem that does that, you've done something good. You've poemed me to sleep. Yeah, I guess like that's stream. I don't know. There's the distant, you know, impersonal, right? In some capacity. Like, you know, sitting beside someone reading quietly to them. Poem someone's awake. Hark! You like shout at them. You're like a poetic alarm clock. Yeah. That would be rage against the dying of the light. And they're like, what the fuck are you doing, man? And like, it's time to wake up. Rage against the dying of the light. Come on, let's go. Like, get up. Come on. Do not go gentle, bitch. You know, I could see it. Yeah. I think there's another way to read this poem that's motherly but isn't a lullaby. That woke me up for sure. Right? We can read this poem as like the mother thinking about like the loss of the child, like the longing for the child, and then the loss, the full like contemplating the future of having a child and all of that, right? Which would maybe be something like, if you would join your hand in mine and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run, then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine. So in that space, we'll hold the moon reflected full and bright. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember, we once caught the moon. I know you'll keep it yet. I think you could really hammer in like the motherhood interpretation with just the change of we'll keep it yet to you'll keep it yet, as to say that I am gone and now it's just you. I, the water, have slipped from your hands. The moon is gone. And man, that would... I read it that way that time because I thought of it. Yeah. That hits. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember, we once caught the moon. I know you'll keep it yet. Like that in like just changing that kind of changes the whole poem, interestingly. I recently learned that 20 years later, my sister can't look at a book without gagging because it triggers a Pavlovian yawn response. That's impressive. Woke me up for sure. There you go. Have you heard of Surprise Symphony by Haydn? Yes. I have heard of lots of classical music things because I went to music school for classical music, and I was very, very serious about that. Yeah, Haydn's Surprise Symphony is cool. For those who don't know, this guy Haydn, who was kind of like a contemporary of Mozart, roughly. I think he was a classical. I don't think he in between Baroque and classical periods. It's been a while since music history, guys. I'm sorry. He wrote lots of symphonies, and he had one called the Surprise Symphony, which was a comic symphony, where it would be like very quiet, and then like at various points it would suddenly get super loud, and it would literally to surprise the audience and to wake them up, so they wouldn't, like, literally written to wake up the person in the audience falling asleep to his music, which is super dope. Yeah, such a troll. I mean, like, classical music's very fun, and there's lots of really like comedic and fun things within the genre that I think often gets overlooked. serious music, serious, stuffy, whatever. I absolutely despise Revel, which is not like Ravel. That's Ravel Bolero. Reveille. I don't know who that is. Y'all hitting me with like French people. I don't even know if that's a person. Is that a person? Can we like Oh. Bugle call. Oh, that's a dog. Oh. Okay. Yeah, like taps. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I didn't know that that's what that was called. I think that's different than taps. Anyway. You don't like that? Dude, that stuff is awesome. I love bugle calls. Did Haydn also do the farewell one? I feel like there's lots of musical farewells. I was never super big on like the classical and Baroque, so I don't know them super well. But I've been learning Mozart recently. I've been transcribing a violin sonata, just learning it by ear from a beautiful Hilary Hahn recording. She's so good. Anyway, I think that's all for this poem. Uh, any questions, thoughts, concerns, um, questions, comments, thoughts, things, things. Otherwise, I'm gonna read it again. I think we're gonna be done. I it's sort of superfluous for me to say that I like this poem because I've spent 2 hours talking about it, but and talking about the things I notice and like, but I like it. I've been just into all 19th century going back. See, I like started with 20th century music. Really love the different readings based on the symbol interpretations. Yeah, it was fun. It was a cool way to do it. I'm glad we did that. Symbols are important, and it's fun to get different perspectives on them. Anyway, teaching you to capture the moon, and then there's another ad, and then we'll like yap or something. Teaching you to capture the moon. If you would join your hand with mine, and we could hold the sea, I'd show you how to trap the light for both of us to keep. We'll dance beneath a sapphire sky where quiet waters run, then in our hands cup precious tides to catch the gleam above. This quiet pool within our palms will capture borrowed shine, so in that space we'll hold the moon, reflected, full, and bright. But as the water slips away between our gentle hands, remember, we once caught the moon. I know we'll keep it yet. The ad break just hit, but that's teaching you to capture the moon. And I don't need to take a break. We took a break like half an hour ago. I'm just gonna keep talking for the people who are subscribed because you can like still see that I'm here. And those who aren't, I guess it's tough. It's a tough life out there because you're not giving me money. Yeah, give me money. Don't do that. I think the ad happened like right before I said the last word of the poem. And that really sucks. Give me money. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ray and Librarian are in ad hell, and it happened right before the end of the poem. I hate this place. This Twitch place that does that imposes upon us the structures of a late consumer capitalist society and an economy of entertainment where time is monetized. I don't know. Something. I have band practice tonight. Oh shit, dude. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know. That's the poem. Thank you for sending that, Nikki. Thank you for sending that poem. I appreciated reading it. It was dope and cool and awesome, and all the other words that mean less, much less probably than the analysis that I did, but I still say the words because that's what you do, I guess. I don't know. Thank you for seeing so much in it. Yeah, it was like gazing into a pool of water in which the moon was reflected. I don't know, sit and stare at it for a while or something. Oh my god. Oh, poetry and shit. Poetry. 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 You liked it? I liked it too. I liked it. So for those of y'all who were in ads, did the ads hit like right before the end of the poem? Did I not make it in time? I was trying to make it in time, but I do apologize because ads suck. Yeah, man. Oh, I tried. Yeah. I have band practice tonight. I am like so tired. I guess I can take a nap before band practice because we're practicing at like 8:30 or whatever, which is better than practicing at 10 p.m. Well, we're probably practicing at 9, which is still better than practicing at 10. Yeah, I will have myself a merry little nap. Yeah, hopefully maybe we'll work on new shit. We we need to write something. I'm getting really like tired of playing our same songs. um Naps are the best. Yeah, I've been a fan historically. Lately, maybe not historically. Oh, at least in the last like couple years. Put on some typewriter ASMR. No, thank you. Definitely not my thing. Um, but I will take a nap once stream is concluded, which is soon. Um, there's a part of me that wants to talk for like all the way up for the next hour and yap about stuff because the ad break just happened, and if the ad break just happened and I just subjected you all to like the imposition of capitalist nonsense, then I should like sit and talk for a while to like make that worth it or something. I have songs I can send you if you're ever interested. I may be getting closer to that point. I think with the band in particular, um, is that wouldn't be it wouldn't be the case because um, it's our lead singer who does all of her writing, their writing, his writing, all pronouns. I want to start calling him more because they use any pronouns, and I usually try to like use the most subversive pronoun, and I would say that they don't present particularly masculine, so using he acts as a sort of like societally subversive statement. Um, but I usually go with they because I think that's like the safe bet. Um, anyway, I don't know. The pronouns thing is interesting. Pronouns, pronouns are cool. Need them. The high low energy, right? Yeah. Anyway, but as I'm starting to write more of my own music, I guess, because I was writing music the other day, even though it was sort of a bit of a mess. There, perhaps, Nikki, perhaps. I'm also trying to practice singing myself, because that's very, I don't know, that goes hand in hand, I think, with the spoken word as a control of the voice and the breath and a unification of like music and writing, right, is to sing your writing. But I'm very, very tentative about ever singing, because for the first 19 years of my life, for the first 19 years of my life, I didn't sing, because I didn't like to be perceived as expressive, or I didn't know how to express. I had to learn how to smile. I should write a poem about that, learning how to smile. Um, but I didn't smile until I was 19 as well. I started singing when I started smiling. Um, or I started smiling when I started singing. I'm not sure. Um, there's definitely a poem there. So anyway, I'm deeply reserved about singing still because for a long time it was this thing that I like didn't do and I hated the idea of, and I mean I was so quiet and shy that I hated the idea of my voice ever being heard. So there's that, right? Um, it's just like I would like tell myself to just like shut up all the time. I would say something and be like, that was stupid, shut up, never talk again, actually never say a word again. That sort of came to fruition in college when I was like entirely mute for a week. It's really hard to go an entire week without speaking when like um social situations are inevitable. No, Ray, I love singing. I love singing is the thing. And I always wanted to, but I didn't because I was scared. Um, I guess that's the clarification. Is I'm not trying to force myself to do a thing that I don't want to do. I think singing is beautiful, and to be able to like express um, sort of artistically, strictly with the body, right? The way to do that is dance and language and song. And song and language kind of connect, but I think to broaden the ability to express strictly with the things that one always has on one's person as one's person is a very powerful thing to have. To be around people and just to be able to sing and then like create something beautiful is compelling to me, and something I wish I could do. I don't know why that high-low energy joke and the band talk reminded me of this band from my country called Los Jaivas, only because the OG name was Los Jaivas, and people pronounce it as Jaivas, high, right, bass, vas. Los Jaivas, Los Jaivas, Los Jaivas, Vas. Yeah. High bass, Jaivas. That's funny. Um, yeah, I feel pushed to sing, Ray, but only in the capacity that I want to push myself to sing, and I think when there is desire present to do something, it's probably better to honor that than to like push it down out of fear. The same for anything, right? If you, I don't know, like romantic, right? You're romantically attracted, you want to tell someone some shit, tell them some shit, and it might fuck up and it might be bad, but like you gotta do it, and otherwise you're like ignoring these things you desire. And of course sometimes desires are like hijacked by like the modern reward circuitry of man and or like the modern world interacting with the reward circuitry of the mind and like attempting to prey upon it. So we have to be careful about our desires. But I think to just neglect them is dangerous and sad. Yeah. Dangerous and sad. Gotta learn to break the comfort zone. Yeah, definitely that. And I live my life very much in comfort zones. I think it's just because I've been like hurt a lot, mentally, particularly by like pushing myself. And maybe part of it is that like breaking the comfort zone sometimes is to like not push myself, which is like hard to acknowledge, and maybe that's why it's a comfort zone thing, to just like exist stable. But I do exist mostly stable now, so. But then like stability becomes this comfort zone, and then I've been having to like relearn how to push myself because I'm afraid of pushing myself because of the way that like pushing myself leads to burnout and has consistently led to burnout. And now I know how to push myself healthily, but one still needs to take the action of pushing oneself to push oneself healthily, and I've been afraid of pushing myself for so long that I haven't done that, and now I'm like finally getting back to that point and maybe doing that. Um, yeah, all of that stuff. But I think doing like the improvised stuff, the free association, is a comfort zone break for sure. Talking about comfort zone, I'm ahead to mine. Bed. It's late. Hope you have a nice nap later. Yeah, thank you, and have a nice bed. Um, yeah, I guess the improvising poetry is like a just the complete um, uh, breaking down of the social comfort zone. Saying like I'm not afraid to like say whatever's on my mind uh, while being socially perceived. I think it'd be different in person. It's harder in person, but I've still done it, sort of tried, um, and so there's that. I do it in ways. There's a million ways to break the comfort zone, and there's always like 100 different ways that we've become comfortable and complacent, and ways that we're pushing ourselves too hard, and so we have to like let the water slip from our fingers and like enjoy the fact that our hands can cup empty space and hold on to nothing at all and move through life as a continually beating heart and breathing set of lungs, and then we can, uh, you know, go on as animal life as we were evolved to be, and not some strange technologically addled creature, and move into a more pure state of mind where things aren't constantly being built up and collapsing around us, and we can find peace and stability and reach that unattainable thing within the emptiness of our hands, and understand that the wrinkles with our own palms resemble the moon itself, and we hold the sea in our hands not because we're holding the moon or its reflection, but because of the pitted and cracked skin that we all have, that is the sea's Maria, and that we are etched with cosmic truth and shit, um, or something. Apparently Patrick Dempsey just turned 60 today, so just to give you an idea how old Can't Buy Me Love is. So yeah, I still don't, I mean, I'm just like entirely unfamiliar. I know there's a song, right? Money Can't Buy Me Love. Anyway, I think DBT calls that wise mind, as a healthy blend of body, emotion, and reasoning minds. That's cool. Aware of all, being over influenced by none. Yeah, I thought dialectical behavioral therapy was cool, and I was gonna start going to a DBT group, and then I left college because that's where it was gonna be at, and then I went back to normal CBT therapists, and they're fine, I guess. And cognitive behavioral therapy is sort of weird, but like I don't know, maybe like I don't know, I don't know. I don't know. Snaps time for me making a cute callback to the poem. Thank you. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I don't know. Wouldn't it be cool if it was like more socially acceptable to just like lapse into poetic speech more often? Right? Like what I did there, right? Like a second ago, like just kind of like plunge into artistic like I when I do like the free association thing, and I'm just like spitting out words and stuff and making mouth noises and constructing poetic things, I often talk about a you. I say like you, this person who I'm talking to. And I think that comes from a desire to have some person in my physical presence who um, who I could talk with, who I could talk like with that often and feel comfortable to just like truly express my mind however it was happening at the time and not be like judged for it, right? Like how writers did back in the day. I mean, maybe. I don't know if they did. Um, I wasn't back in the day. I mean, I was yesterday and like a few days before that, and back as far back as 2004, but that's not really back in the day. I get so many weird looks when I talk that way, but it's really the way I like to speak. Yeah, I mean, I like it sometimes. I mean, admittedly, it's not always like super functional. Like it's sort of, it's not always great for like communicating specifics. It's probably nice for sentiment, and it's um, all of that. I speak poetically like that quite a bit, but it doesn't come out of many conversations with others, and thinking I've done a good job. But I also don't come out of many conversations with others and thinking I've done a good job. Yeah, I mean, I'm a mess in conversation. I'm much more. I mean, I'm like, I don't know. The fact that me on stream is me at my most socially capable should probably indicate something like dangerous about me as a person. Where, like, I am just so like awkward. I feel like I can tell sometimes that like I'm talking to people and they feel like they're talking to a stone wall, and I'm like, I don't know how to help you or how to navigate the two of us out of this situation, but I'm doing my best here, bro. I just don't know what to say to you. Hi, Very Artemis. Wasn't that the name of the space rocket we shot the other day? Um, the space rocket we shot. I'm doing great. Um, at times it sounds funky, like when Jodorowsky went on and on at one point, and he was like, "We should make a bridge from Bolivia over Chile to the sea, so they can get access to it." Dude, that's awesome. Um, we should do that shit. I mean, I don't know if Chile would like that, right? Now it's reasonable. I feel so much better over text. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like the internet has this like veil of safety. Even being on stream. No, I think no matter how many people were watching me on stream, you know, 5 or 10 or 100 or 10,000, I don't think it would matter to me, because that is always conceptually easier than uh, talking to someone to their face. Like I don't know, it's an entirely different thing. It's interesting. A while ago, I went to a poetry workshop that we were doing some like talking about a poem and kind of analyzing it, right? Um, and in person, I would like talk and try to like analyze and give my thoughts on the poem, and I would totally like freeze up and stumble over my words, and it would just be a whole mess. And something about it, like I mean it's terrifying, right? And I try to do it, but it's still hard. Um like I use listen and still in my normal, like I use listen and still in my normal convos, the way I they way I the way I do in poetry, and people stare at me like I'm insane. Well, yeah. Yeah. Um, can you share some poetry? You're asking Nikki. Nikki, we're actually reading Nikki's poem on stream today. We were like analyzing it and stuff. We're done. I'm done reading people's poetry, but Nikki's pretty dope. Nikki's got like sick poetry. Talking to people skill. I just use my pretty privilege, and people lead the conversation for me. When I was on HRT, when I was on estrogen, and when I was on things that got rid of my spironolactone, I was much more beautiful, I think. And I was like, my frame was smaller, my face was less angular, um, and I think I've noticed it. But now I'm this like weird, like sort of often androgynous in between thing, and it freaks people out sometimes. Um, but I don't know. There's like some value to that. Um, I'm still like probably like decently attractive. People tell me like that they like my hair a lot. I don't talk the same way I write, thank God, or how I text on chats and DMs. Oh yeah, me and text is very different. Yes, hair is gorgeous. Jenny, have you seen your hair and the perfect shape of my face? This is it? Is this a good face shape? Are people like that? I know my hair is good. I won't deny I love my hair. I put so much effort into my hair so it can like be like this, right? Um, but I don't know. I don't know. Um, but I mean I think like being like pretty queer presenting like kind of just invalidates pretty privilege with many people. So there's that. And then when I was more passing, right? When I was more passing and I could like sometimes be seen as like just like a girl, um, it was way different. Like definitely a different thing. You make me miss my long hair so much. Well, you'll get there in time probably if you wait. I want mine. I'm just gonna let mine grow like forever, I think, unless it becomes like unmanageable. But it's still pretty chill and not too hard to deal with. I just use a lot of conditioner, so I go through it pretty quickly. But it still feels good. Okay, where's the poetry? Well, we were doing poetry for like 2.5 hours before you showed up, Artemis. Um, and then this was me sort of like winding downstream and yapping. Um, but there is normally poetry. And I can prove it. I can prove to you that there was poetry by opening my iPad. Um, because we were reading Nikki's poem on stream, and I was can this like do the thing it's supposed to do? Holy, why aren't oh my gosh, technology's evil and I hate it. Um, what a head of the why aren't I just want it to move. It's not moving. I'm trying to zoom out. uh, there we go. That. I don't understand. Draw is nothing. It's just like breaking. Patience, young Padawan. Yeah, obviously. Try turning it off and on again. Thank you. That's like so. That's so real. Uh, okay. This one. This one. Maybe if I switch to like a different. This one was from the other day. I scribble all over poems and I talk about them and I tell people all the cool and awesome things that they're writing about and they seem to like it. Um, that's what happens. That's what I do. But this is like mentally tiring. Um, if it looks like I dumped my whole brain onto the page, it's because I dumped my whole brain onto the page and then there's like very little left. um, uh, yeah, but that's that is what happens on stream. I mean, we just go deep dive, and people from chat can send their stuff. That's why I like the that's a lot of work to deconstruct meaning out of the poem. Yeah, I mean it's how do I phrase it? Um, maybe not work. Maybe like patience and care. Um, and yes, yeah, to deconstruct meaning, to extract um, meaning, right? Um, but I also think like if I'm reading people's things on stream, if I'm showing people's work and they're like entrusting it to me to like show in front of like this like impersonal digital audience, then I like owe it to people um, to read their poem with as much compassion as I can, and usually that compassion is exists relative to the amount of time spent with something, because the more time you spend with something, the more opportunities you give yourself to notice beauty within it, and instead of rushing through, you can sit and ponder things like one individual word or stanza or phrase, or talking about the moon for an entire hour and everything that it could possibly mean. So that's what yeah. um Happy Homestuck Day, by the way, for those who may or may not celebrate. I have never read Homestuck personally. Yeah. It's taking me so long to analyze one single poem. I don't know how you do it. Have you been trying to analyze on your own? Because I have advice, probably. I honestly enjoy finding the depth of the intricacies of words. Yeah, I mean, so do I. It's really like such a good way to spend one's time, to slow down and look at something like intentionally created that's full of care and beauty, and then to like just try to pull as much as possible from that. There's like an empathy in it, I think. I think that reflects well on you that you enjoy it. But I may or may not. I am 100% a biased person who is not normal in their enjoyment of deconstructing meaning and engaging deeply with works of art, or something. Yeah, Ray, what gives you trouble when you're analyzing things? Like, where, like, I feel like there are lots of places that one can get stuck and that one can feel like that you don't know. And maybe I can help. The words, what do they mean? Yeah. Just like meaning of words. I think the most important thing for me, and I think, like, you might remember that when I started streaming and doing the poetry analysis, I would talk a lot about meaning, and I would talk about meaning more than I ever talked about sounds or structures or like the emotion behind stuff. Because I think just the flat out meaning of like what the words are trying to get at is the first barrier that you run into. Because if you don't know what the words mean, there's no way you're ever going to like be able to appreciate the sound that they're creating, or the big themes and like narratives and whatever, right? So that makes sense. I've been doing the one I posted, and it's going very much from comparison to other poems and poets of the time. I've been doing the one I posted, and it's going very much from comparison to other poems and poets. I see. So you're like, well, so there's a whole nother layer when like you're trying to analyze stuff from a different time. I do think like analyzing a poem from Nikki, who is like alive and in chat, is different. Like this guy. Oh, so you're doing like comparative stuff. Well, I think it sounds like, I mean, I don't analyze on an incredibly deep level like that. I don't do comparative stuff on stream. Like usually there's very little historical context to discuss because it's contemporary poetry. I mean, I can talk about like current events and politics and stuff, and sometimes that's relevant. But you're looking at something from like first another time and then trying to like compare it and do this like historical comparative thing. And so you both have to know like what someone is doing and what someone else is doing confidently enough that you can look at the things they do similarly and contrast them. So you're analyzing two poems, and then you're doing like a meta-analysis of those two things. I think it would probably help to be as confident as you can in your initial interpretation before you start comparing, right? Because otherwise it's like trying to compare two paintings with glasses on that are like blurring your vision, right? I read this Johannes Pfeiffer dude, and it's kind of that style. He does philosophy of poetry. That's cool. I mean, arguably, like, maybe I do philosophy of poetry because I like try to understand. I think it's sort of a futile effort to like codify things like that, though, just because of like the underlying instability of the subjectivity of art. I mean, I already know who I kind of sound like, so I don't need comparisons done, but I would see why some people want to do that. Yeah, I mean, like sometimes I mention it, right? I mentioned to whoever in the Muffin poem, Muffins on the Way Back Home, I said this feels like Bukowski. It feels like a much lighter, more positive Bukowski, but still has that same kind of linguistic energy. And I pointed to a few things, and I mean, it was interesting because that person said, Elias said they were like going for Bukowski, which means they did the thing they were trying to do very well. Like oftentimes we imitate, oftentimes we write in the style of other things. So I guess it's, I don't know, can be helpful, right? If we don't know the person we're being compared to, it gives us a place to look for inspiration. I just try not to compare because I like to keep it within the work and within the text usually, because like that's what I'm presented with by the person, unless they like very much intentionally try to draw me outside of the text by like asking certain questions. You know, when someone says, I want you to title this poem, or I want to ask you about how this relates to this, right? That's usually the only time I like do any analysis like that. Fun fact, I only read Sylvia Plath because someone told me I sounded like her. Dope. Yeah. Reading is useful. So I go back and forth. I mean, it's funny because like sometimes I'm writing a lot, and so I'm like, that's usually when I'm like reading is a really useful thing to do because I'm not reading. And then sometimes I'm reading a lot and I'm not writing. So then I'm like, it's more important to write than to read. Right now I'm not really reading poetry. Well, I read poetry on stream, so I guess I'm always reading poetry, but I'm not writing. So philosopher, it's a beautiful username. That should be on like a plaque and like etched in diamonds. What a beautiful username. Philosopher, dude. That's heat. You know, maybe there's even a pun there. Is it okay if I DM you sometime about it? I haven't got to translating my part yet. Only the poem. Yeah. We can absolutely talk about analysis and that stuff outside of stream. I think for more specific things like that, it's probably easier to do it in that. It's hard to interpret older art of any kind without the context of the age. Absolutely correct. Taken into account. A big struggle I find is putting aside my modern morals and ideas, actually be able to interpret from the point of the original artist, right? And it's so hard because like you end up in this dilemma where you look at a piece of art and you're like, wow, this person was horrible. But like most of the people at this time were horrible for a lot of reasons, but the art is beautiful. And then I'm like, so how do I like look at the artistic value of this, even when this poem also might be reflecting those horrible sentiments and values that they have of the past? It is a really like interesting spot, right? Where I think the best interpretation of art is understanding before judgment, right? If we're judging something from the get-go, if we read something and we're like, bad, this sucks, we're not going to like read it very well. We're not going to understand it very well. So we need to understand before we judge. But when something is so like distant from ourselves, I think the impulse is to judge because it's unfamiliar, or because it's not like us. And I mean, we just see this fundamentally in humans, the judgment of difference. So I think it's like fundamentally it's an open mind to like different perspectives and ways of being, right? Well, horrible is also relative. Yeah, sure. I mean, like we do lots of horrible things in modern society, and horrible can be more horrible than those horrible people, and maybe we're horrible people. Maybe I'm a horrible person, like to someone else. Yeah, so, yeah. Me when I'm the third little pig arguing with the first of my brothers, it's better to be right than to read. E. Cummings springs quickly to mind. Was he shitty? I don't think I've read any E. Cummings. I know that his name is Cumming though. E. Cummings, like, what's his deal? He was a painter too. Political views. So his radical bohemian public image. He was a Republican, later ardent supporter of Joseph McCarthy, longtime friend and correspondent of okay, whatever. Marriages, plural, is not always a bad thing, but sometimes a bad sign. Was in the military, which isn't great, but not always bad. Am I missing something? Is Wikipedia not telling me? I mean, like, supporting McCarthyism is, like, pretty bad, right? But it's not, like, monster. Like, maybe McCarthy was, but... Yeah, I'm not sure. Here's a question: does might make right? That's a very philosophy kind of question, I think. That just seems on theme with philosophy as a field. Does might make right? I joke, but no, is my answer. Might is power over external things, right? Well, yeah, I mean, I look to a more like static moral framework, I would say. But I mean, like there's the idea that might like might decides right, and I think that's more often what like might makes right decides. When has morality ever been static? No, like I would say I personally have a pretty like a static moral framework that involves things like compassion toward other people, and like nonviolence and these kinds of things. Like my morality is pretty like ideal, where I veer away from like relativistic threshold problems, I guess. But might decides right practically within societies often, where the strongest often dominate and create legal systems and laws and are the types of entities that are like empires and dominators and warmongers. And historically, for a long time, those have been the ones who have also like had global power. And I would say every global superpower has been a power of might, and thus has had major influence over like a societal definition of a global right. And I would say all of those superpowers by my moral framework are wrong. So that's where I'm at. Like USSR, British Empire, Spanish Empire, Mongol Empire, name any empire, Mughals, Moors, Ottomans, right? Japan's imperial expansion. What happens when compassion leads to self-destruction? Sure. I mean, do you mean like maybe like when compassion maybe like enables like bad behavior that like maybe causes people to get hurt? Is that maybe what you mean? I mean, I think that's just like a really vague statement, and I think there's some truth in there that's like maybe an interesting discussion, right? That being compassionate, I mean, I think there's like too much vagueness, too much openness in that question for me. Like I hesitate to answer it without like a better, I guess, framing, a conversational framing, right? Like self-destruction, maybe define like what kind of instances we're talking about here, I guess. I think it can happen, right? Yeah. That just seems very like tossed out kind of thing. I've been going mental with the eagle lore, Lamau. Good. I'm glad you're writing. Also, hi, Inogen. It's funny, Inogen was the original spelling of Imogen, which came from Shakespeare. He wrote it as Innogen, and then a typist misspelled it Imogen, and that's how the name was born. And then that name Inogen potentially has roots in Gaelic, Inchen, but the name has actually become more of a British and Australian name because it was popularized by Shakespeare in the UK, which is pretty dope. But also it's etymologically vague and people aren't entirely sure. Compassion often leads to people who are not so compassionate. Oh, so maybe you mean like when people take advantage of compassion, when you are trying to be generous and give, and then people use that. Okay. Yeah, and I think that's where compassion, right. Then we require sort of balancing between like an external desire to give and maybe an internal facing desire to like self-preserve and like be okay on our own. This is, I think, where most moral problems fall, is like the prioritization of like oneself or others. And I think when compassion is given to an extent that it starts to cause, like you say, self-destruction back to the person giving, then that compassion is no longer safe. And I would advise that person personally to stop. And I think when people are in like a really bad spot personally, the most important thing is to care for oneself, but with a mind of returning to a point where one can kind of turn back to externalization and giving, and becoming once again compassionate toward others. And then when others show signs of not engaging with that compassion earnestly and looking to kind of prey upon that, that is when that compassion needs to be toned back, or reframed with that person, or maybe the compassionate thing to that person is to, kind of call them out or to distance oneself from them. And like, compassion doesn't always look like giving, right? But it's also hard because you don't always know with people. And if often involves understanding and dialogue. And so if someone isn't willing to do that, then usually you can't be super compassionate, and then you just have to go your own way to protect yourself. Yeah. And then I think the flip side is when self-interest grows to a point where it becomes negative compassion, where it hurts other people to keep giving to oneself and acting in one's self-interest, then that is amoral as well. And that leaves a lot of space within for, varying degrees and varying ways of action. But it's about not infringing upon either person in the interaction of compassion and self-interest, I guess, because everyone deserves that freedom to kind of express and decide and act for themselves with agency, but it is no longer freedom. This is something I said recently that I like. It isn't freedom if it takes from someone else's freedoms, right? And I think that's where freedom is often misappropriated in, we'll say, in American culture in 2026, where some people want the freedom to have power over others, and that's not freedom. That's might. That's control. That's dominance, and dominance feels freeing in a sense, but it's problematic. So I don't like that. Can very well be, if not balanced, not properly. Yeah. I mean, that's right. It's that internal external balance, I think. I think most, I can handle pretty much all of the moral issues that I deal with in my day-to-day life using that framework. And that's not something that I subscribe to from someone else. That's something I've just had to find through experience and giving too much. And I've given too much of myself very often. And then I've taken too much for myself often and hurt others. And those were two big patterns I was seeing in my life. So then it was finding a way, rather than flipping back and forth between really cloistered self-interest and a sort of manic self-sacrifice, that I found that strength is not the same as selfishness. I don't think I said that. I said might, but more so dominance, right? And I think to be dominant and to put another beneath yourself is selfish. And I think we should strive to be strong and within our own agency and self-control to strengthen ourselves, to give ourselves more freedom, right? To get stronger physically, to get stronger mentally, to learn. These are all things that we can do personally without infringing on others. Oh, sorry, I didn't read Du's message. I'm sorry, philosopher. But we should be trying to strengthen ourselves, right? But not at the expense of ourselves. I think that's where we see the hypermasculine grind set fail, is when people try to strengthen certain things without acknowledging, I think, the nuance of that. Yeah, both absolute compassion and absolute selfishness might as well be synonymous with ignorance of oneself and one's community, respectively. Did you say something about strength? Absolute compassion and absolute selfishness might as well be synonymous with ignorance. Yeah, of oneself and one's community, respectively. Absolute selfishness, ignorance of oneself. Absolute selfishness, ignorance of community. Yeah. I do think that's a good way to put it. Hello, do I just ask for a link to the Discord here? Yeah, it's linked around in places, but I can drop it in chat for you as well. I think. Oh, is the Streambot broken? Oh, the Streambot has been hella dead lately. Okay, let me grab you a link. I can just get you a link. And that'll work. I think you can also find it in the Twitch bio. Ah, you got it, Poyo? Thank you. I appreciate that for you. You for that. That for that. Community shit. Yeah, because strength and compassion are not mutually exclusive. Yeah. You can use strength for either end. Yeah. Strength is Strength is something that empowers us to act. Only reason I had it up was because I was typing Atlas's war speech. Oh, dope. Yeah, personal strength empowers us to act in any way we want, and we can use that strength to act to give. And I think that's where like we're a fortunate person, so we give our resources to others, or we can use that strength to exert dominance and control, and that's where we're that's shitty to do, for a very unphilosophical but I think suitable word. So do the best for yourself is enabling you to do the best for your community. Yes, that's a great way to put it too. That may be through strength, that may not. Yeah, and there's many kinds of strength, right, as well. I mean, there are people who are incredibly emotionally strong and support others through that. And that's the beauty of community, is that we all have strengths and weaknesses. And some people will use their strengths to prey on the weaknesses, specific weaknesses of others, and some will use their strengths to look to the weaknesses of those around them and try to fill in the gaps, right? And I think that's how a really well-functioning community works is, I mean, if we think of like a really simple example, we have a bunch of farms, and I farm cows, so I have a bunch of milk. And I have too much milk, so I give milk to the people around me, and someone else has too much eggs, and I don't have any eggs, so they give me eggs, and that person has vegetables. And so you use your strength to fill in the weakness of those around you. But then like the immoral person would say, I have all the milk, and I have a monopoly on milk, so I'm going to drive up the price of milk and make you all buy it from me because you need milk. And then maybe the vegetable person says, actually, vegetables are more valuable and I have leverage over you. I'm not going to give you vegetables until you and then we have like trade disputes or whatever. Right. And that's like capitalism against like a communal sort of way of living. You may be able to tell for philosopher that I'm I lean very far toward a communal and sort of less governed sort of political space. Yeah, commie. Yeah. I mean, definitely not like authoritarian commie, right? But yeah, the more fatal kind of ungoverned collectivist commie. Mutual aid commie. I was doing mutual aid things this weekend. My cousin came out as trans to me the other day. How can I be as supportive as I can? Okay, that's a great question. So I would say, I mean, already the fact is that the fact that you want to be supportive and like you want to like try is already like great, right? And I would say, I think I think most trans people are more than willing to answer good-natured questions, right? Like if you are genuinely curious about things and like their expression and like those kinds of things, like asking them things. I think even a question like that, they come out to you, and I think even asking something like, saying something like, I want to support you however I can, and I'm not exactly sure how, but if, like a help me help you kind of thing, because everyone like defines, transness differently, I would say, or at least there's variations. So it's not always going to be the same, and everyone's different. So everyone needs to be supportive in different ways. So I think having dialogue and making it clear that, certainly making it clear that you like respect that and want to help them, I think is like the most mature way to go about it. Maybe rather than, because it's a personal individual situation that, you're going to get the best information on that from them. But I think being abundantly clear that you're cool with it, and then, asking from there, discussing from there. So much of it just relies on ideas and not reality. Yeah, absolutely. It is an idealist way to see things, right? And like a robust network of mutual aid and communal support doesn't. Yeah, I like that answer too. Doesn't really exist in our world, and I do acknowledge that. Philosopher. What I would say is that I personally would rather set my sights on something that could be better than what we have now, because I look around the world and I know that what I see hurts me, and what I see is like horrible and tragic, right? And I'd rather set my sights on a world that is like the one that I would want to live in. Now, how one gets there is, I don't think to just sort of, demand revolution, because like we're not in a space to be like revolting. Like I just don't think I think we look at the ideal and then we say, like, how do we take practical steps to get there? And I think an ideal can help us guide how to act on a day-to-day basis, where I would like a world where those who are fortunate give to those who are less fortunate, with, no expectation or no look to like glorify themselves about it. And I mean, I do that. I'm not necessarily interested in like talking about the ways that I do mutual aid, because the point of it isn't maybe to, because it's just an action that's taken, right? But I think collectivism works at the point of a state of abundance, right? A collectivism only works when people individually have the technology and capacity to create more than they need on their own. And then it takes an immense amount of intention. And I think more than ever, in a world that is technologically connected, where people can like probably try to like work together in ways they haven't had before and be empowered by new technologies. And in a world where we are not only creating more than we need, but an absolute monstrous excess of what we need. I think more than ever, like, there are probably like economic and social conditions to move toward a collectivist approach. But it's not a fast process, and it's not going to happen in my lifetime. I don't believe it's going to happen in my lifetime, but I can live my life generously, and I can encourage the people around me to live generously. And when you are being, I think receiving generosity makes one more likely to go and do so in turn. And beyond that, it's out of my control, right? Yes, we would all rather be nice, but what happens when 1/6 of the world wants nothing to do with your race, ideals, religion, or being? It's what drove me from the left. Not saying either is right or wrong. Yeah. And I think that's where, again, it becomes the ideal as a guide for like the immediate you know, um, and I mean, I think like I understand the whole like frustration with the left thing, um, because the left is very divided, and the left can be very like frustrating to deal with as like a fragmented group of people who disagree with each other a lot. Um, but even if most of the left, like even if the left is struggling, like the right is fucking uh like I don't know, like which people are actively supporting dropping bombs. I'm in America, to be clear. I don't know where you're from, and that could change your perspective. But in my country, the people on the right want to or are bombing Iran, blockading, fucking, you know, Hormuz. I mean, that's kind of Iran, but the right started the war, and the left, as in the Democrats, which are really center right, just like you know nothing. And I think the American um, Democratic Party is not a leftist organization. But so the American status quo, which is predominantly right wing, um, is supporting genocide in Palestine, is bombing Iran, um, is perpetuating a system of capital that's creating increasing wealth disparity between the richest and the poorest. They continually fail to effectively tax the wealthiest and give to the most impoverished. They continually fail to provide social systems for people to support them, continually fail to provide adequate health care for like a country of 300 million people, fail to provide infrastructure, fail to protect the environment, right? And further to the right of that, I don't think is going to help. And I think if I'm going to look somewhere, I'm going to look further to the left. And that's where I find people who are getting together and volunteering their time to give food to the homeless people in my city, and people who are, providing Narcan or providing healthcare for queer people or providing, like whatever, right? Um, and it's that impulse toward provision as a community that is way more attractive to me than the impulse to take for oneself. I think that's about my whole position. Um, and there's an ad starting soon. Just so you know, there's going to be a 3-minute ad. I will come back and keep talking about this. I think internet debating is sort of silly, um, but I'm not doing anything, so it's kind of fun. Um, but there's gonna be an ad, so I'll come back in 3 minutes, and if you're still around, you know, I can keep talking about it. um, and I'm not saying I support Iran, but I'm saying I don't like the bombing of Iran, right? um, so there's that. I'll be back. Welcome back to having a political discussion. The last thing you said, philosopher, is, see there, this right here. I don't understand why liberals, nitpick but leftist, supported Iran. Not saying they should be bombed, but my guy, most Iranians would take you into the street and behead you. So I don't think most Iranians would take me into the street and behead me. I think that's a pretty sweeping generalization. And I think Iran as a nation, it certainly doesn't support, like healthcare for queer people probably, or gay marriage or something. But I think, as far as I understand, there are plenty of Iranian people who are compassionate. Then you don't know Islam. Well, I think to say that all Islamic people would, or most Islamic people would want to behead a queer person is a very troubling generalization. There's always going to be compassionate people, and there's always going to be, demagogues or whatever. So why would I support them? So I don't support the the governing body of Iran, because it's also a authoritarian regime, right? Similar to right, I don't support authoritarian regimes. And specifically my stance on Iran is I don't support my country, fairly authoritarian leaning at this point. I don't support my country to be bombing other countries, right? That does not sit well with me. Because the victim of two regimes fighting is people. Bombed out of existence. They still exist. It's not Vietnam. I mean, so to that, 135 girls in a school don't exist because America, put their bomb in the wrong place, because they missed. I don't support those actions, and I don't support, generally countries hurling bombs that are blowing up civilians on either side. And you don't build civilian atomic works in mountains if you have nothing to hide. And yeah, because we didn't just carpet bomb like in Vietnam. Yeah, we didn't carpet bomb, but we are still killing civilians, right? There's it is undeniable that America has killed at this point, I think probably hundreds, if not thousands, of civilians in Iran. I don't know. And I think if you're not going to acknowledge that, I mean, I don't know if you acknowledge that. I'm jumping into this conversation and catching up on chats, right? Okay, well, so do you think, okay, and question mark, is it a good thing or a bad thing when the bomb lands on the girls' school, right, is my and, right? And to say they would nuke us if they could is sort of a good and bad is subjective. Sure, I'm just really concerned about your moral framework if you can't say that your country killing 135 innocent people while they're trying to study is a bad thing. And I mean, I'm not sure we'll be able to like fruitfully move forward and have like a good natured uh, discussion. You know, like maybe if we can't come to some kind of reconciliation on that. Imogen, you have the patience of a saint to entertain these conversations. I mean, you know, someone else's political beliefs or moral beliefs or anything don't hurt me, right? It's just like because I'm like steady in, you know, what I've seen is like compassion and these sorts of things. And like I know it seems to work for me, right? And I use that to extrapolate on things that I don't know entirely well, like maybe policy decisions on a war in Iran. But you know, at that point, you know, someone attacking or challenging, I don't think you're maybe necessarily attacking, but yeah, a whole civilization will die tonight. Yeah, I mean that was like the carpet bombing threat, right? I don't like the threat of violence like that. I'd be cool with Iran if they would try to play nice. So there's so many things here. And I'm not sure if you're still in chat for Philosopher, but there's also like a historical understanding that we have to have, which I'm not incredibly versed in history, but from what I understand, America and Europe have been subjugating nations in the Middle East since like I think the mid 1800s, splitting it up, you know, splitting up ethnic groups, colonizing, right? I mean, the same with Israel, a colonial project. The French, the English, right? Netherlands, I don't know, like everyone, Belgium. We can expand outside of the Middle East even, right? And I think it's more understandable to me to take violent action against an oppressor, even though I definitely like, you know, that's the like someone is infringing on my personal safety and I'm trying to return to that point, right? More understandable to fight back against the oppressor, the violent oppressor, than to be the violent oppressor. Australia was a prison colony. They turned out just fine. Don't give me that. I mean, so that's a bit of like a straw man. Like I think we're like going very far. Like we're talking about the Middle East, right? And we're talking about nations that very clearly like were colonized and very much like the subject of, you know, economic domination and other forms of domination by the West for a long time. And we're not looking at Australia. I also think like I'm not sure. I don't know my Australian history, but I'm pretty damn sure a lot of Aboriginal people were killed in Australia. Like I'm pretty sure like yes, Australia has assimilated with like Western economic and political values, but I think that was just an example of like the imperial domination, we'll say through the frame of the imperial project succeeding, as unfortunate as a word as that. So Clearly ain't heard of the Black War, where every full-blooded Tasman man and woman were exterminated. And there we go. Now we have our historical context. And I think the West would like right. I mean, Trump has said he wants to run Palestine, right? Like that was something he said some number of months ago. I think Israel has very clear stated vested interest in becoming the dominating power within the Middle East, and has a very clear expansionist project. So that makes Israel the colonial oppressor, and that makes others, well, maybe not right in their actions, because again, I don't think it's right to be hurling bombs at all. But I think you're more right if you're doing so because you're trying to like protect your people, right? But I mean, there's I feel like, what's that meme that's like the lion and the screaming monkey? um I don't know. It just that's how I feel right now. I don't know. Someone asked about patience. I think the patience is, I think it's, I find it useful to try to like defend my position calmly. I think a lot of people are like looking for a heated reaction to when they say inflammatory things, right? So, it's about being calm. I have a friend with a website for giving back native land to indigenous people. I don't want to presume, but I don't think that if that person exists, they would be friends with you. Just DM me and I can have an indigenous person reclaim your house for reparations. So I think reparations are best provided on a government level. Because like a modern person, let's say me living in the city that I live in, I have not like chosen to like, colonize someone's land. But I think regardless, indigenous people, will say, in America are on so many metrics like disadvantaged by the system and have less opportunity. And I think if, in my view, I'm working toward, I would like to see a world where at least if there's a government, it's going to provide all people with like an equal opportunity to do things. And I think that certainly means like financial, like reparation and things like, I don't know, like Title IX, right? And like uplifting people. But I think it's sort of silly because, I've already said, like, we're not looking for a freedom that infringes on other people's. And, I think Native American people, indigenous people can be provided with more resources and reparations in a lot of ways that don't have to infringe on like the kind of current ways that other people are living their lives. Yeah, maybe by taxing the ultra wealthy. And again, that is sort of, unfortunately, government sanctioned, so it's forcing, but you're taking something that they don't need, and their wealth is something that's infringing on the freedoms of others. So sort of where I'd go with that. I think this person has also misrepresented the history of Islam and Western relations. Like Europe and the West and Asia have historically had strong trade relationships. Um, yeah, I mean, this person is doing a lot of misrepresenting and just straight up, I mean, being pretty, um, pretty, pretty, I don't know, propagandistic, um, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't like to use that word, but I think a lot of people have been, right? Like the Crusades mostly just resulted in trade routes. Also, the trade ideas. Are you saying I'm misrepresenting? In which case, maybe. Like I don't have great. Um, if I'm misrepresenting things, I would like to know. I'm just not a history. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not super historically versed in, things. um, yeah, like Islamic people aren't barbaric. You know, um, if you want to find barbaric people, you need look no further than, um, unfortunately, like neighbors in America. And not to say that people are broadly barbaric, but like I see people acting barbarically in the world around me, and that's troubling. And that's not even to say that like the American right or the Republican Party is barbaric, but um, but there are like very evident like open mask off barbaric people. And barbaric is a pretty shitty word because it like comes from all of the, I guess it's a bad word to use, but I think it's a way to describe how philosopher was describing Islamic people. I think I no longer like the name philosopher because I think they're gone now, maybe, but they weren't engaging in anything philosophical. Um, Philosophy is the love of knowledge, um, and that means like approaching things with an open mind and trying to learn. Um, and I don't think they were doing that. Like I think I was trying to engage pretty earnestly with the moral questions at the beginning. Um, but um, then we were starting to use like some really scary rhetoric, so we got to shut that down and like stamp out the barbarian and Barbary are related words, so I can see how it is loaded with race. Yeah, and I mean like when you just have like the narratives, the narrative still being, um, uh, I guess perpetuated, right? Um, the command is slash ban followed by a space. I mean, I think they left on their own. It looks like, um, and the reality is like they've banned themselves from the community because they're, oh, you're here, welcome back. Um, uh, I don't know, like I'm not trying to do anything else with stream right now. So this isn't disrupting. If this was taking over like a poetry section of stream, I would certainly be, I would either try to, say, let's have this conversation later. Um, but I'm not doing anything with this Monday afternoon. And, um, I mean, I would like to show, I think, that like words in chat shouldn't have the capacity to like hurt us, and someone spewing rhetoric isn't necessarily something to be afraid of as long as we're like well equipped, right? And have like a strong understanding of ourselves. Um, so, and if they come in and they say some inflammatory things and get banned, it just perpetuates within their mind the narrative that maybe I, as a leftist, am like fragile, right? And when I can't like win an argument, which isn't my goal here, I will just like, drop the ban hammer or whatever. Humanity struggles with what is, regardless of what should be. Yeah, and I think when we position ourselves with how we think things should be, right? This is my point. Like, if this is like maybe one point that I give to you, because I mean, we don't like we're very opposite on this point, right? I mean, we're not opposite. I agree. Humanity struggles with what is, right? We live in a world that's very divisive and fucked up, and you're absolutely right on that. The world is full of a lot of pain, right? But if we think about what should be, regardless of what we believe should be, that helps us shape what is, right? Because, and I can look at what is and say, there are a number of things in this world that I don't like, that give me pain. And we'll say homelessness in America is one, because I see it every day around me, right? Gives me pain. And so I would like to live in a world where everyone can be housed. And then the question is, how do we get to a world where everyone can be housed, right? And it's through, giving myself a should be that I can start to make a path toward it. And we might disagree on how we can get everyone housed. But I think having a direction to go is the only way to get anywhere. Otherwise, we're just going to be, driving around lost, right? I don't like where I am. Let's say I am in a physical space that is uncomfortable, right? I don't like what is. But if I know what should be, I'm really hot right now. Oh, so that means I want to be cooler. I'm going to go to a place that is cooler, right? That's like a fundamental mechanism that we need to survive. And sort of, I think it would be silly to not use the human capacity to imagine, to, orient ourselves towards something better. That's the kicker, though. Everyone can't have everything. It's just the nature of it. I don't want everyone to have everything. But like I want a community, like really what I want, right? Because it can be more helpful to think locally. I want a community of people around myself who support each other and give to each other. And when some people have less, others provide. And when some people are going through hard things, the people who are going through good things, help them, right? And I think that can be expanded to a very great extent. And I think the ideal, the utopian communal ideal, would be beautiful. But also I think the local goal is maybe something that's reasonable within my lifetime, to like attain community around myself, where people give and are compassionate. And I set that example by giving and by, doing compassion and finding other people who want that too. Because that will help me be more stable, and that will help me continue to give. And from there, something like that, I think, would have the capacity to grow. I don't know how far. But I think there are a lot of things in the world that like reflect things that are very far from that. So I would place those as amoral. Yeah. Um, there should be a baseline of what everyone should have and what they should give. Um, I think people know. Like, I think you can see when someone is hungry, when someone doesn't have enough. um, I really just wish people had more broadly a baseline level of compassion. And, sort of funnily enough, I think talking about poetry and engaging in art online, which is what I do, I think helps people be more compassionate. Um, um, you shouldn't need to give anything to society to deserve to eat. Then that just leads to people taking advantage of the system. I mean, people want to do things. Um, I'm in a fortunate position where um, I don't have to work right now because I can live with my parents. Um, and I don't just laze around and do nothing. Like, I want to give, right? And so I spend a lot of my time. I mean, I do things for myself. I create art, I express, but I also like give a lot of my time to local organizations. And I just think like um, people are more likely to want to take when they don't have enough. And a lot of people have conditioned to take everything they can because they're used to lives where they don't have enough. And I think a well-adjusted mind, the more it has, the less it wants to take, and the more it starts to want to give. But I wouldn't expect an immense amount of compassion from someone who's been treated with no compassion, I guess. Yeah. I think I was gonna end stream, a while ago anyway. Um Half an hour ago or something, 45 minutes ago. So I'm running out of steam. Um I think this conversation is starting to get to the point where it is making me a little bit sad. And before it gets to a point where like um I'm really like where it's really, really unpleasant. Um I think I'm gonna end stream. Um uh don't let philosophy take advantage of your system. Yeah, I think if I went on, I think if I continued to indulge in it, that would be, allowing the taking advantage of my compassion. Um, and I don't want to get to a point where I act not compassionately. I don't want to get mad. To be fair, it was interesting. I'm glad it was interesting. And you know, at the end of my streams, philosopher, um, I like to say, keep making art you love. Um, and I guess what I'll say to that is that I think things are fine. Are generally okay if people find the things they love, right? Um, and try to care for those things. Um, so I encourage you all to go off into the rest of your days and be caring as much as you can. So yeah. Keep making art you love, and thank you so much for watching. And I don't know, thanks for the 2 cents of ad revenue for Lossifer. It's gonna help me become more wealthy. Bye guys.